Man, that was country, and that's the way country still ought to be. It was lived not taught, it was earned not bought. Had to put in the work to get to the top, let me tell you. But I think's really gone wrong. These days it's all wannabes singing someone else's songs. Everybody's doing the same damn thing. Where have the rebels gone? 'Cause we don't need another pretty boy singing pretty songs. Fake country boys doing country all wrong. You need another Haggard or a Johnny Cash, somebody chewing backer and whipping ass. I need a preacher, I need a savior. How about y'all? Can I get a outlaw? It don't have to be honky-tonks, boots and Wrangler jeans. It ain't the banjo or the fiddle, no. It's the words and what they mean. If you're gonna talk the talk, you better walk the walk. And brother, that's the truth. So honestly, what would Waylon do? I can guarantee if he was alive today, he'd ask us one more time, "Boss, you sure ain't done it this way." We don't need another pretty boy singing pretty songs. Fake country boys doing country all wrong. Need another Haggard or a Johnny Cash, somebody chewing backer and whipping ass. I need a preacher, I need a savior. How about y'all? Can I get a outlaw?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight past gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular of Oxford singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Brestow Pros of the Midlands. part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with the throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home and welcome back, Mike Morgan. Built by the Barndo Co. inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, also presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. I had a good phone call this morning with my dear friend, our dear friend, I should say. Sorry, Mike. Our dear friend, Stuart Lake, and it got me thinking about baseball season, and that got me thinking about game day nuts. GameDayNuts.net. Get your boiled peanuts now. Order them today. Stock up. They'll be throwing first pitches before you know it, and you can order them on the Chief Sports app. Mike Morgan is in. We do have Hale coming up at 11. Good day for him. It has been a good run for Carolina in the portal, and it could get a little bit better here soon. We've got our eyes on a couple of things there, so we've got a lot of recruiting going on. We know that's at the top of everybody's mind. The CFP is tomorrow night, or returns tomorrow night, I should say. So we're certainly going to talk about that today. But there's no chance that we're going to lead off this program without basketball. Just another night in the SEC. This guy, I was up late on the phone with Michael Flint, and we're watching the A&M Auburn game. And, of course, this is after South Carolina goes and blows the doors off of LSU in the first half, and then they hang on to win in the second half. We're going to get to that here in just a second. That's a huge, huge thing for Gamecock hoops, especially everything they've gone through this year. And I'm just watching Auburn beat the crap out of A&M, not really paying attention. Got Mike on in the background and Mark Wise. I got Flint yapping in my other ear. And then I'm like, wait a second. I'm pretty sure it was just 61-45. How was it 61-55 in like 25 seconds? And then all of a sudden, A&M was blowing the doors off of Auburn. And then whatever happened at the end of the game happened. And somehow A&M finds a way to get out of there. Mike, you can explain it because you were courtside. It was a wild night. Congratulations to Lamont Paris and the Gamecocks for getting a big-time victory. But you had quite a courtside seat for a classic in the SEC that is very controversial, I might add.
Yeah, and we'll certainly get to what Lamont's guys did last night, but the one we had on the Plains is one of the craziest I've ever been a part of. I know it went viral because I'm driving back home from Auburn to Atlanta last night, and I do not recommend you folks do this, but every now and then while I'm driving, especially just to keep myself from getting really bored. It's not a fun drive to go from Auburn to Atlanta if you've made it. It's really boring, actually.
Yeah.
So I've got my phone and I'm just scrolling through the old Twitter timeline, and those last few seconds are everywhere. I mean, when something goes viral nowadays, it really goes viral. So obviously it had our call, and then some of the clips also had the bookend of the call, and it was nuts. It is, at the beginning of the show, one of your fine productions has a number of different calls, and one of those is ESPN or SEC Network, whatever station it was on at the time, John Sunvold and I calling Carolina and Jermaine Couisnard's overtime bank three to beat Kentucky.
Yeah.
Which is, I've had a few other buzzer beaters here and there, but this last night was the craziest since that one. Because, the shot that Keyshawn Murphy hits, and Keyshawn Murphy is not a shooter. He's a 6'10" big that they got from Mississippi State in the portal. and he gets it, and all he can do is catch it and heave it from about 38 feet. Bottoms, nothing but net. This like the Zapruder film, Jamie. You know, we don't get every view that they do in Birmingham in that situation. We see what the people that were watching on TV see. And from there, I could see where every Auburn fans, and they are still livid. In fact, I'm glad that everybody got out of there safely. The officials, Bucky McMillan, us, because it got very contentious there at the end. You basically thought you had an unbelievable memorable win on a shot that looked good from the angles they're showing. But as the longer the review went, and then something else crazy happened, Jamie. I don't know if you caught this. While they're looking at it, they replayed whatever angle they chose on the scoreboard. And at that point, the Auburn players start celebrating right in front of us. They're doing everything but jumping on the table and waving their hands and saying, you know, we win. And the student section, which is right on top of us, they're going nuts. And I'm like, hold on, folks. Those players, that's not the verdict. Those three guys at the scorer's table, they haven't made their decision yet. And when they did, they waved it off.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know. I have seen a dozen different shots of it. I have confidence that with whatever they did see, and eventually our producer gave us a shot that was the most, I thought, conclusive to make the argument that he didn't get it off in time. I'm not shocked. What is surprising is, remember, they called it a made basket.
Yes.
They called it a made basket.
That's
the key point here. And so it has to be indisputable to overturn it. I wasn't sure if they were going to, but they did. So congratulations to Bucky McMillan. Bucky McMillan, for those that don't know, this is one of the most intriguing and unconventional hires that you've seen. So Bucky McMillan is this guy out of Alabama, Mountain Brook High School, which is a affluent suburb of Birmingham. And rather than like grind it in the way of, I'm going to be the video coordinator, I'm going to be the grad assistant, I'm going to be this, that, I'm going to be the guy that wipes the floors at night, I'm going to be the guy that gets coffee for the head coach every morning. He just stayed at Mountain Brook High, won 5 state titles, coached a couple NBA guys, and Sanford, give their AD credit, says, you know what, we're going to hire the high school guy. Well, what does he do at Sanford? He wins 3 Southern Conference titles and goes to the NCAA tournament. And then A&M says, remember, Buzz Williams left A&M in the middle of the night to take the Maryland job. So that's the last Power 5 job opening. All the top players in the portal are gone, and you got to make a hire after everybody else already made their hire. And they bring in McMillan, and it's a fun, exciting brand of basketball. A&M hasn't had that in a long time. And he's now 2-0 in the SEC. So that's a great story. And I think Bucky McMillan is going to be, I remember when Bruce Pearl first took the job at Tennessee, and I'm not saying he's going to do what Bruce Pearl did, but Bruce was just something different. And he took an underachieving Tennessee program and eventually a woeful Auburn program and had great success at both. Bucky McMillan is that outside the box hire that I'm sure a lot of people are like, what? We're hiring a dude from Sanford. And yeah, it's so far he's off to a great start with a really undermanned, really small squad. So congratulations.
Yeah, I was that was my takeaway from the game, or from the ending of the game, was they called it good on the floor. So they're going to have to, I mean, this thing is so close. It's going to have to be conclusive in order to overturn this. If there's any murkiness at all, there's no way they can overturn the shot. I mean, it's good. And even if I honestly felt like, even if they were like, I don't know that left his fingers, I didn't think they'd have the balls to overturn that in that environment.
You're not alone.
You know,
you're not alone, my friend. We're talking 1/100ths of a second, not like 0.1. We're talking the next decimal place over. That's how close it was.
Right.
Imagine you're a Gamecock fan.
Oh.
And look, Auburn's got aspirations of going back to another NCAA tournament. They'd be in the field right now, but now they got an 0-2 hole to dig out of in conference play because they lost a heartbreaker at Georgia. Imagine you're in Columbia and Auburn's had 77 consecutive sellouts. Now, it's easier to do that when you have 8,000 less seats than, say, the CLA does. But imagine that happens in Columbia. And there were a few things thrown on the floor.
I saw that.
Yeah. And yeah. What would the show be like today if that happened to a Gamecock team that everybody would be excited about at that point? Because Auburn's had no reason not to be excited about basketball for a while. I shudder to think what that could have been. There's a lot of places where that could have been a little bit on the ugly side. But anyway,
and then I'm gonna pick on Dari Noka and those guys just for a second. I think they do a wonderful job. So I'm being playful here. But like Dari and Patrick Young, those guys were in the studio last night and they're trying to do this interview with Bucky McMillan. And he could barely hear him, and they're cussing him out right behind him and all this stuff. And I'm like, dude, get him off the headset. He cannot sit there and do this interview. Finally, he was like, I can't hear anything. And they're like,
that was
okay,
right in front of us.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah, he's looking at us like, I can't hear. And I'm like, we're not doing the interview. They said they want to do it in studio, and yeah. But
dude, get him out of there.
Let him go home. Let him go home and move on to bigger, better things. But man, I mean, there's just there's so many great things and great moments. Look, Carolina fans had a chance to taste some of that a couple of years ago. Good to see that Lamont's squad finally just started hitting shots. You mentioned Mark Wise, one of my analysts. We go to these practices, these shoot-arounds, and we talk about the strategy and what about the press and what about are you going to run flex? Are you going to run hammer? Are you going to all this stuff? And then at the end, Mark says 2 words to every coach: make shots.
Make shots.
Because at the end of the day, sometimes it really is that simple. Make shots. And Carolina has not been making them in big games for much of the year. And then last night, it all came together.
That's right.
It all came together.
It is really that simple with this team. We talked about it yesterday with Matt, and we've, I mean, I don't know how many times I've said this. I don't think this makes me any sort of a basketball expert or genius. It's just really this simple. Lamont Paris and his staff took the offseason to go find guys in the portal who could shoot. That's what they did. They wanted Lamont openly talks about this all the time. We want 5 guys on the floor who can fire it up. They don't have a dominant big man in the post. They didn't sign one. Sandico is the closest one they've got to being like a big presence down there. He hadn't played in 2 games. He didn't play last night. And he's not a dominant big man. He's just a big man. But, oh, by the way, he can step outside and shoot it too. He's like 37% from beyond the arc. So he goes and signs all these guys. And it is that simple with South Carolina. They don't play great defense, though they did last night. And that's not a staple for Lamont. They just don't play great defense. Let's keep in mind also at the same time, Mike, they're playing of the kids. Let me read you who played last night: Strong, Michi, Sharab Jumps, Kobe, Miles Studi, Ellis, Polk, Butler, Kapich, Asimian. Okay, well, and EJ Walker did play, but he's not listed here. Maybe because he didn't score. They're playing 4 freshmen in every game right now. 4 true freshmen, not like redshirt freshmen. 4 true freshmen as part of that group. So it comes down to what you just said with this basketball team. It is purely that simple. If they don't shoot it well, they're going to get beat. If they shoot it decent, they can win. And they probably actually will win. And last night, they didn't shoot it decent in the first half. They didn't miss a shot in the first 10 minutes of the ball game. I mean, they finished the first half 10 of 13 from long range. Elijah Strong had the game of his life with 30 points. Michi,
where did that come from?
19. Once again, he shoots that much, Mike. If you go look at his stat line throughout the year, and I've said this before, in a different way. It was, I can't remember what game it was. Was it Virginia Tech or Clemson, or maybe one of the games up in that ballroom in West Virginia? But he fired off 9 threes in a game, and I was like, wait a second here. You can't have your centers shooting 9 threes and then have Kobe Knox, Mike Sharab Jumps, and Eli Ellis shooting a combined 8. The math doesn't math on that. But the kid will shoot the basketball. So when he hits, and he's got a nice little move down low. That little fadeaway seems to work for him well. But you know how it is. You've been calling basketball games for 25, 30 years. I mean, guys just have nights sometimes, and he had a night last night, obviously in Baton Rouge, and so they go from 106 in the net to 88, and you go from 92 in Ken Palm to 68. Now, am I trying to create some sort of case for the postseason right now? Way too early for that. But what I'm getting at here is this team has had zero momentum this year because they win the game. Now, they don't have any bad losses. They have no bad losses, but they haven't been able to win the good games, like against good teams, like you just said. Well, now all of a sudden they go get a quad one win on the road. And I know Georgia got beat last night by Florida, but they're still going to have another quad one opportunity with the Dogs coming to town on Saturday. You get a chance for back-to-back quad one wins that would give you 2 on the season, which would be the third most in college basketball. And the narrative could be flipped over in a matter of 5 days, as to what this team might actually be capable of. Are they capable of dancing? I'm not going to go that far right now, but are they capable of being better than we thought just 24 hours ago? Maybe, but they got to shoot it, like you just said a minute ago. So congratulations to them. It's a great win for them last night against an LSU team that was at the bottom of the league. As you pointed out a couple of weeks ago when you were last on the air, LSU and South Carolina last year, they were the cellar dwellers of the SEC. LSU goes out, they get a big man in the paint who's been really good. They revamped the roster. Matt McMahon's got them kind of rolling along. They're a top 40 RPI team. And Carolina goes down there and punishes them on their home floor. So congratulations to them for doing that.
No question. And maybe that'll spark a little bit of positive energy, because I know what typically happens when the team's not good. It just becomes apathy.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of anger, but unlike football, football never loses the attention span of the fan base. Sports like basketball and baseball, if you're really reeling, you can easily get ignored. That's just the nature of the beast at most schools in the South. So maybe the next home game or two, there'll be good crowds and there'll be a little bit of juice in the building and a little bit of positive vibes surrounding the program.
Yeah, man. And I'm glad you said that too, Mike, because being a kid who grew up around this athletics department from all the amazing days at Frank McGuire Arena, I still wish they'd do a throwback weekend every year, but I digress. It's falling on deaf ears by this point. And then the transition over to the CLA, you are the voice of Gamecock basketball, and you know where I'm going with this. And I've talked to Derek about this multiple times. If Carolina basketball gives the fans a chance to believe, like 2 years ago, or clearly the 17 run, but a lot of those years under Frank, they were in the mix a lot, and once he kind of got it going, they were in the mix. They just fell short of getting to the dance every time, but once. But when they're giving you a reason to be optimistic and like, hey, this team, that place can be as fun as any arena in the country. It really can be, and it can be loud.
18,000 can work for you, and it can work against you.
Yes.
When you're not doing well, it looks empty. There's no juice in the building. It can get downright gloomy in there. But when you're good, this fan base will come out. They'll support it. They'll get loud. It'll be terrific. I've seen it. I've seen it under Eddie Fogler. I've seen it under Dave Odom. I've seen it under Frank Martin, and I've seen it under Lamont Paris. It can. It's not as if the fan base doesn't care. The fan base has been saying for the better part of 30 years, give us something. Help me help you. I want to do something on a chilly Wednesday night and support my team, but you got to give me something. You got to give me a little something. And, the complaints there for a while, they need a better billboard campaign. No, they don't. They need a quality product.
Yeah.
That's what they need. They don't need a hype guy. They don't need to give away more T-shirts. And they don't need kind of a snazzy nickname like a Garnet Army type thing. what they need is good basketball. And, look, there's still, I realize generations are starting to change, right? There's a lot of people listening to this show right now that have never heard of Frank McGuire. There's a lot of people that listen to this show that probably weren't even born when the Gamecocks won the Southeastern Conference in 1997. So, but I remember, I used to MC the tip-off club. Like, there's a major portion of the fan base that knows, loves, understands Gamecock basketball. But they've just seen the program more often than not fall on hard times. So maybe to your point, when they're good, not even great, just good, the fans are outstanding. That's never been the problem. In a perfect world, that arena would be probably closer to 12,000. You don't need 18. We all know that. But when it was built by Dr. McGee, there was the thought, hey, we want to have Hootie and the Blowfish here, and we want to get the tractor pull, and we want to all these things. Well, it's easier to get all those things when it's 18,000 seats as opposed to 12.
Right.
So, I know the thought process when that all went down in 2002. It's not changing. Yeah, they're not getting a new arena.
No.
You might as well just the solution is win, and a lot of those 18,000 seats will be full.
Well, that's what I was want to be a little bit careful. I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers out there or anything like that, but I'm going to say what I want to say because I feel like I can say it. You move these to your point. I'm just making the point in a different way. They move the play-by-play guys up where the media is. Okay, so Derek and Casey are not courtside anymore, and I know this is kind of becoming a theme in college athletics. I get it, and you condense it so you can sell those tickets. So it's all about revenue. You want revenue? Win. You want to have more than 10, 12,000 people in there? Win games. You don't have to worry about moving the radio guy to the corner of the stadium where he's using binoculars to figure out who the hell's shooting the basketball. Win games, and that solves all problems. It's in every single sport. Look what Don Staley has built. I don't recall. Maybe I've just totally forgotten everything about my childhood, but I don't recall ever more than 2,500 people going to a women's basketball game ever. And then Don Staley started winning, and now you can't get a ticket. And if you want one, you're going to pay a lot of money to do it because they win. And if I'm not saying the men's team has to go to the Final Four every year, but if they just put an above average product out there where every single year they're going to be in the conversation to get into the dance, you're going to have 15,000 plus in there every time, and it's going to be sold out for the really big games. It just is what it is.
You're spot on. Look, when I think of the years that the product was good, I'm not saying great. 2004, 2005, 2006. That was NCAA, NIT champion, and both years could have made it to the big dance. I think that team was talented enough to make 3 in a row. But that's why eventually the change was made with Dave Odom. Those SEC games, not just Kentucky, those SEC games were probably averaging over 15,000. That's more than most teams in the country in college basketball. So, and then you go to Lamont's tournament team a couple of years ago, same thing.
Yeah.
Well, go back and look at the attendance numbers for conference games when they were winning and one of the better teams in the SEC. Frank had a couple of teams, not just the Final Four teams that, you thought were good enough to go to the big dance, and they were entertaining and they had good crowds. But when you're in the bottom third of the SEC, you're not going to get 18, 15, 12. Sometimes you're going to struggle to get 10.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the reality.
Well, I got another reality for everybody. How about this? Short sleeve Under Armour t-shirts at Gamecock Traditions are half off right now. So you better buy them. I already bought 2 today. I'm going to give them to some family members. So if you need gear, you can get a Carolina baseball shirt or football or basketball or softball or equestrian or whatever you want for 50% off, as in like $18 or $20 for those things right now. Go to GamecockTraditions.com. That's reality on this kind of murky Wednesday afternoon, January 7th.
Can I drop another positive dose of reality?
Yes. I think I know what it is. Something about – go ahead.
Yeah, you know. Numbers are going down.
Mortgage rates, yeah, okay.
Yes. You want Gamecock shooting percentages are going up, Jamie.
Yeah.
But mortgage rates are going down. I mean, is that not utopia? I think for everybody listening, that's pretty much what you've always asked for. Low mortgage rates, high shooting percentages. And right now you get both. Now, Troy, I'm sure he's got a pretty good jump shot. Troy Branham does. He's a really good golfer. But more importantly than that, he's really good with the numbers, and he's really good going to work for you. And that's what it's all about, going to work for you. You're telling him, hey, make it happen. And that's what he does. And these are the type of phone calls that save you literally thousands of dollars, under 6%. Rates keep coming down. If you bought a house in the last 12 to 18 months, might be a really good time to refi, because chances are you were higher than that. If you got a new mortgage, then it's a better time, and it's been in a while. And maybe you're a young couple with your first home. Great time to go ahead and buy and get a great mortgage. And when it's a mortgage in South Carolina, it's Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Again, there are a lot of phone numbers, none more important than this one. If you want to save you and your family some money, 803-238-0111, 803-238-0111. Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage.
It is 10:30, and it is Wednesday, January the 7th. We do have Hale coming up. This will be a wonderful conversation. This is his domain, man. The portal is crazy for South Carolina and everybody else in college football right now. We come back, we'll get into some portal stuff. I have a couple of updates, but I'm going to let Hale do the heavy lifting on that in just a little bit. But I do want to talk to Mike about the portal, because there's some pretty wild stories going on out there.
Oh, to be a college quarterback that can spin the pill, Jamie. You're making more money than first-round draft picks. It's insane.
It is insane.
I could have been a contender.
And when you see some of these stories, and then you hear about some of the stories about the superstars at South Carolina, and you compare and contrast, Gamecocks are in a pretty good spot. So we'll mix and match all that stuff here. It is Wednesday. Hang tight. Morning show. We'll be right back.
New year, new you, right? Let the procrastination begin. You've done it before. Join the gym. Go for a couple of weeks, and then it's over. So here's our solution. Bring the gym to you. Do it your way, on your time, in your home. Visit Charleston Fitness Equipment and start where you want to start. CharlestonFitnessEquipment.com. Have a healthy new year.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
It's the end of the model year, and you know what that means at JT's Kia, huge holiday savings.
Up to $10,000 off brand new JT's Kias. We've never had discounts like that.
Drive a new Kia Sorento just $199 a month, or a 2026 Kia Sportage just $159 a month.
Better quality, better warranty, and thousands less than other imports.
No matter your credit, JT can help you get it.
Year-end savings, so you better hurry.
I-77 at Killian Road.
JT's Kia.
Kia Season of New Tradition sales event.
Today and every day, we celebrate our great state of South Carolina. This week, our hometown highlight takes us to the banks of Winyah Bay to beautiful Georgetown. Visit the Rice Museum the next time you stroll Front Street. We love you, Georgetown.
Hey, Georgetown, this is your Lowcountry lawyer and friend, Mason West at the West Law Firm. We love our folks in Georgetown just like we do all across the state of South Carolina. And if you've been injured in a car wreck or hurt on the job, we're here to help. Call us at West Law Firm, 843-897-7525.
Look good and you know it.
but you know it.
Look good, you know it, baby. Look good, you know it, baby.
All right. 10:34. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show presented by our friends at Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. The spring is right around the corner, right? The spring will be here before you know it. We'll all be enjoying the outdoors much more again, and we want to enjoy it comfortably and cleanly. And you can clean it easy, like with bleach, by going to Palm Casual. 4 locations in South Carolina, Gamecock owned and Gamecock operated. The portal is churning and burning. It has been open for 5 days now, and it will close to jump in 9 days, except for those who are competing in the national championship. They will have an extended period. I think that'll go until January the 24th for those young men to find a new destination, if they decide to leave a team that is competing for a national championship, which would be silly, but that's where we are in college football. So again, we got Hale coming up. We'll have an extensive report on what is happening with South Carolina. We are expecting some news today. Good news for the Gamecocks on that front. More good news yesterday. Of course, they picked up some offensive linemen that they're in desperate need for, and we'll get more into detail about those young men and what they will mean to South Carolina. But Mike, when you look across the country here, so I'm going to try to intertwine, okay, South Carolina and what's going on in college football, because if you take let's take the 3 big names for South Carolina, but you could pick some other guys out of the mix. It's not like Carolina only has 3 good players, but they have 3 very well-known players who would, if they were to enter the transfer portal, they require some coin to get their services. If that was the reason for them getting in there, we know who they are: Lenore Sellers, Dylan Stewart, and Nick Harbor. All 3 of them have chosen to return to South Carolina. All 3 of them are being paid to return to South Carolina. All 3 of them would be paid regardless of where they went and played college football in 2026, as we well know, and maybe a little bit more than they're getting in Columbia, maybe less, who knows. But then when you look in other places, like this story that is coming out of Washington is like, what? It makes you appreciate. Michael Flint says all the time, he's like, man, I wish it was the old days, because you want to leave a legacy. You want to have a home to come back to, right? Like when you come back and like, you remember the old days, Mike, like, oh, this is the class of 2002. And then in 10, 15 years, you might have had 20 guys in the class. Maybe a few went pro, maybe a couple of guys got hurt. Maybe some guys did, transfer and then have to sit. But at the end of the day, 3/4 of those guys you came in with and you left with. That's not the case anymore. It might be a couple, and that's not the. But this group of guys at South Carolina said, no, we're gonna wrap our careers here in Columbia. We like being here, regardless of what happened this year. We're on Team Shane Beamer. We're on Team South Carolina. We're gonna get it right. That ain't going on in other places in college football, and I don't know. How do you feel about that? Like, is it startling to you? Does it disturb you about the future of the sport? Have you just adapted to it? Where are we with this?
Great question. I feel like Brad Pitt in Moneyball, when he's getting into it with the manager, or no, it's the head scout. And the head scout's like, hey, man, my experience tells me who should be on this team and in the lineup. And he's like, I know you and all your analytics, blah, 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 blah. And the guy goes, Brad Pitt's character goes, adapt or die. I'm in that. That's my default now, Jamie. I don't get worked up over it. I'm not one of these that, well, back in my day, do I think it's ridiculous to not have collective bargaining, salary cap, guardrails? Portal should be in May, not in January. I think all these things are true. And maybe we get to that point at some point in time. I don't see it in the near future. The calendar, to me, would be the easiest thing to change. The financial structure, that's another story. That's a whole can of worms. And so, no, I've just gotten used to it. I mean, when I call a game now, I look at the quarterback, and if there's not parentheses to the right of his name with a different school in it, in other words, that's where he played before, I'm shocked.
Right.
I'm surprised. Think about this. Lenora Sellers is going to be a 3-year starter at the school he signed for and will be on campus for 4 years. How many other programs can you name with their quarterback position that actually have that anymore?
God, how many can you name in this league alone? I mean, you could name one in the upstate, Cade Klubnik.
And yeah, Clemson fans are probably saying, wish that they went a different direction. I thought that kid actually regressed, but Arch Manning will be a 2-year starter at Texas and stayed in the program. And he was making, I think, over $2 million as when they knew he was going to be the backup. I mean, they basically said, you're the backup to Quinn Ewers, but we're still going to pay you whatever, 2.5, whatever the case may be. But go around the SEC. Nussmeier and
did Nussmeier start for 3 years?
No. I'm saying he's only played at one school.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Got you.
Yeah.
All right.
Marcel Reed has decided he's coming back.
Yep. Marcel Reed.
So Marcel Reed, but my point is it's few and far between. And so as I look at this and Sam Levitt's out there and the price tag is now $5 million, the Sorsby kid from Cincinnati, is that official, by the way, that Texas Tech got him?
Yes, it is. Well,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if it's like official, but
Right. It's reported to be a done deal.
Yeah.
Because I texted my guy Cody Campbell a couple weeks ago when it was being reported. He's like, "It's not done yet, Mike." And I'm like, "Come on, bro."
Yeah.
you could just say, "Here's another million," and it's a done deal. But you mentioned the guy at Washington. Is $4 million not enough? And then I think of an Ole Miss who's in the Final Four, who's going to be playing tomorrow night for a trip to the national championship game. And I think of their star tailback, K'Wan Lacey, who came from Missouri, and Trinidad Chambliss. And I've got some pretty good sources at Ole Miss, and combined, those two guys are making less than $1 million. That's a third of a lot of starting quarterbacks in the SEC that didn't have a good year last year.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of quarterbacks in the SEC that made over $3 million that didn't do squat. And Ole Miss got Trinidad Chambliss and K'Wan Lacey, two of the best at their position in the country, for under $1 million. So if you can pull that off, it starts to become like capology now in the NFL, where if you somehow get a quarterback, for example, a Brock Purdy in the 7th round, and you don't have to give him that big contract, then you could put all that money at other positions, and now you've got something. But the moment you have to sign him to a ton of money, then all of a sudden you have less for the other positions, and it becomes more difficult, which is why there's so much movement in the NFL. Teams really good for 2 years, then they suck, and they've got a top 10 pick. In college ball, of course, we don't have a cap, and we don't know what schools, what resources are there. I mean, I don't know what Carolina is truly capable of spending. Is it in the top 5 of the SEC? Is it in the top 10 of I don't know. I don't know. Everybody's out there like you're making phone calls and you're trying to find this guy and that guy to get some more money. That's just the reality of the situation going on right now. But yes, I think it's certainly encouraging. You got a guy that's going to be 3 years now. We might not talk about a 3-year starting quarterback at Carolina again in quite some time, because that's not the normal anymore. And then you've got a wide receiver, Nick Harbor, that I'm sure kicked the tires on the NFL and kind of got a feel. I mean, Nick would have been drafted. There's no doubt about that. Not a first-round pick, but he could have made some money. And, of course, Dylan Stewart. Now, all these guys are getting compensated. They're not just doing it out of the greatness of their heart.
Right.
They're all getting paid what I would consider fair market value for their services. But, yeah, it's encouraging when you're coming off a disappointing year and 3 of the focal points of your team are all going to be back in uniform.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, and I think, and it's easy to, like for the fan base essentially, it's and totally understandable. It's easy and understandable for them to, or for everybody to still look at this team as they are, because that's what they are. As Steve Spurrier once said, you are what your record says you are. They're a 4-8 football team right now. They haven't played in 2026 yet, but these guys believe in it. Obviously, they have done. Shane Beamer has done as remarkable of a job as I could have ever dreamed in going out and upgrading his coaching staff coming off of this. But then you compare that with what is going on in college football and all these crazy stories, and in your gut, you're like, golly, this is sure is fun to follow the drama. This is, CBS 1 o'clock afternoon television here. Is he cheating on her or not? You know what I mean? but it's not fun if it's you. And, you look at these different situations, obviously the whole Lane Kiffin thing stands on its own two feet, but then you have all these bizarre portal stories. And now, you're starting to hear things like this situation at Washington, and there's another one somewhere where they actually owe money back to the school if they're going to leave. I think we talked about it yesterday. At Florida State, there's a deal at Florida State where, well, if you leave, you're going to have to pay some money back. And who pays that? You or the new school, or how does that work? So, there are no guardrails. You hit on something a minute ago, though, that I'm glad you did. I didn't have it in my notes to bring up, but let's do it. Because Coach Saban talked about it last week, and that is the calendar. And, I know he caught some flack from some know-it-alls on Twitter who are national people who think that they know more than Nick Saban, I guess, now, which is remarkable to me. But he mentioned that calendar, and if you move it back, you can temper a lot of this. Number one, coaches won't be leaving playoff runs for new schools, because why be in a hurry to get there if there's nothing you can do about it? Kids can't leave. They can't transfer until, May or April or something like that. But then also, there's a human element to this, Mike. If you are a kid who is unhappy for whatever reason, or you have decided that you want to test the market, you're in the season ends in November or December for your team. You go home. Shane has talked about this before. The Marshawn Lloyd story, right? You go home, get a few phone calls. You know what? I think I am going to leave. I'm just going to leave my roommate hanging and not go back and get my stuff until he's not in town. So I don't have to face the music on any of this. If you bump the portal back 4 months, a lot of that stuff, like they return to campus, put a little bit more thought into it. Maybe there's a little bit of a spring practice period for the guys who are on the team at that point in time. And then you have another practice period once the team goes through the portal transition. I think you would see where a lot of this stuff actually is able to calm itself down. But right now, everything is so sped up in college football. You wonder how many of these kids jump into the portal anyways and then actually regret doing it after they've made their decision to move on and go somewhere else. But they just felt like, I was in such a hurry to do it, I had to do it, and now I'm really not that happy where I'm at. And then they transfer again.
Yeah, and then there's a lot of guys who go in the portal and they're not nearly as good looking as they think they are.
Yeah.
And nobody's asking them to dance. And the coach that you just spurned for the portal, he don't want you back. He's already that locker that you had, changed the combination. You're on your own now. Look, it's transactional. I hate to put it that way, and I know that's a tough thing to feel, because the beauty of college sports has always been there's a real connection there. You feel like, this is a guy that's kind of within your family. And you feel like he went to that school because he wanted to go there. Now there's some of that, sure. And once you get in there, it's hard not to. If you wear the uniform and if you're part of that infrastructure for a year, 2 years, 3 years, I don't think it's disingenuous. I mean, they're truly there. But by the same token, and I've said this a number of times, and I've talked to a number of coaches about it. Many of the players that fans are rooting for, and you think you buy the jersey and he's one of your guys, that's the same guy that in November on a Tuesday is asking his handler, where can we go to get more money?
Mm-hmm.
That's happening everywhere. No school is immune to that. Absolutely zero, none.
Right.
You could be treated like a king. They can kiss your rear end, pay you a lot of money, tell you how great you are. And that same kid would be like, yeah, but if I get an extra 75 grand, peace out. That's just,
right.
That's the reality of it. And I know that turns a lot of people off, and I don't blame you. But we have to accept the situation. I think covering the sport, Jamie, this is basically semi-professional sports. It's semi-pro. And we won't even get into the academics. And you used to actually have to get like a 700 on the SAT, and you had to go to class. But that's a story for another time. But I mean, these are semi-pros. You're rooting for semi-professional athletes that are at your school, particularly if you're an SEC caliber school. Most of the kids that are coming through think that they can play in the NFL, and they want to make football their livelihood, and they'll do whatever they can to make that dream happen.
Well, and in basketball, semi-pro is coming back to college. So
that's
you
imagine if we had a G League for football, and guys that were playing in the G League said, you know what? I think I'd make more money if I played in college. So I'm going to go to college as a 23-year-old that's already been drafted and has played semi-pro ball. That's what's going on in basketball.
Well, here's my question, and you know this as well as I do. You think there's no money in semi-pro basketball? Try playing rookie league or low A or high A or double A baseball.
Oh, gosh.
You're making – some of these guys are getting a Hardee's meal and a bus ticket to play. I mean, it is what it is. So, like, could that happen? Could a high school kid who signs and plays independent ball – I'm not even saying minor league baseball like in the Yankees organization, Mike. I'm saying they sign out of high school, they play independent league baseball for 2, 3, 4 years. They're 22 years old, and they go, I'm tired of making 25 grand a year. I'm going to go to the SEC and make 100.
If what's happening in college basketball is the precedent, I don't see how you could outrule it.
Right.
Like Scott Drew found a loophole at Baylor.
Yeah.
And got that kid in. And now other people are starting to look at doing the same. And by the way, they're doing it in the middle of the freaking season for the second semester. So clearly they think that it would stand up in court, which, as we all know, the NCAA's record in court is about as good as the Washington Generals. So they feel like it's going to pass the smell test. If that starts happening in other sports, yeah, I wouldn't outrule it.
Hey, speaking of that, I know we're kind of bobbing and weaving here, but the Trinidad Chambliss story, I don't understand. Maybe I haven't read enough. Why does he feel entitled to another? He played the year that he's talking about, that he's referencing at Ferris State for another year of eligibility. Why do they feel like he deserves another one? If he didn't play, it'd be a different story, but he did.
I don't know. And of course, the Pavia thing, that's different because that was a JUCO kid. But again, Jamie, these guys all feel like if it goes to a courtroom, they will win. And so they're going to do, obviously, Ole Miss, that kid is special. They're going to do everything they can to get him another year. Everything possible.
Dude, he was in that game last week against Georgia unconscious. I mean, he was what Anthony Wright was talking about here, like with what Lenoris is capable of. Just seeing it, feeling it, throwing him open, trusting everything he does, letting go of it. And the guy's, okay, you just throw it and I'll get there. I mean,
yeah, and he was D2 for a reason. He's not big at all. Probably can't throw it as far as a lot of the quarterbacks, including Lenoris. But every other aspect of quarterbacking, he is elite.
Yeah.
And those are the things that at the end of the day, for college football especially, you don't have to be 6'4", and you don't have to throw it 80 yards through a car wash. Like those are not the winning plays that Trinidad Chambliss makes. It's feel, it's sensing pressure, it's throwing the ball, hitting receivers in stride instead of just the area. You don't have to worry about catch radius because he throws it on the money almost every freaking time. Reads everything well. Now, look, he's got help around him. I mentioned Keywan Lacey. Anybody could have gotten Keywan Lacey in the portal. He was hurt at Missouri, didn't do much there. They got him for a bag of balls, to use a baseball analogy. So we continue to cross over sport after sport. And he is one of the best running backs in college football. You know, if you go back to our conversations going into last season as it pertains to Gamecock football, I thought Carolina really needed a running game.
Yeah.
To take some of the pressure off the passing game. The running game was okay. You know, but it wasn't great. I mean, Ole Miss with Keywan Lacey is a dog. And I don't know how many, their offensive line, it's good. I don't know if it's great. It's not elite. Texas, I mentioned nobody wanted to play them at the end of the year. They didn't have a great offensive line all year long. But Arch Manning makes plays. I mean, Arch Manning is, for those that wanted to call him trash at the beginning of the year, were kind of exuberant about the fact that he was not looking good, and he wasn't. He's pretty damn good. He's going to be on everybody's Heisman list next year.
Maybe he just needed time to settle in like most guys do. But
like just about every other quarterback in the history of college football, right? Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it just takes time. Speaking of which, on running backs, quick note here on the portal. I don't know if anybody caught this yesterday, but Houston Christian running back Zayshawn Edwards, that shouldn't ring any bells at all, but he did commit to Missouri. Well, why is that significant? Because TCU running back Nate Palmer, who has already visited South Carolina, and we're going to talk to Hale in a few minutes about him, was scheduled to visit Missouri. I mentioned this the other day, Mike, and I know music's coming on and we got to go, but if you're recruiting a running back out of the portal that Missouri is also recruiting, that's probably a pretty good sign, in my opinion.
They got a good track record.
They seem to find guys who know what they're doing with the football in their hands.
And I'm telling you right now that as coaching responsibilities gets delegated more and more and more, right? Like your head coach isn't calling plays on offense or defense at hardly any Division I school. I know there's a few exceptions, but stay with me. It rarely happens. You got an OC making 7 figures to dial up the plays on offense. You got a DC who's getting paid 7 figures to dial up the plays on defense. And you're there to manage the game. You have a headset, so I never excuse if something's going terribly wrong. You can't just blame it on the coordinator. You're there with a headset. Talk. If the play call sucks, say something.
Yeah.
If the flow of the game is not going your way, do something. You have 3 timeouts. You have halftime to go over strategy. So the head coach is not immune to any of that. But I think one of the biggest skills now has nothing to do with X's and O's. Nothing. Nothing to do with strategy. It's talent evaluation in the portal. And some coaches and some programs are clearly better at it than others. You want to talk about why Lane Kiffin became the most coveted coach in the free market that we've seen in quite some time? Yeah, he's a great offensive mind. Yeah, he and Charlie Weiss put together great game plans, and you got receivers running open. You take a Division II quarterback. But I mentioned Lacey and Chambliss, and their evaluations in the portal, they got a lot more hits than misses, man. And it's not just guys that they spent $3 million on. It's guys that they got in the bargain bin, the old $5 DVD bin at Walmart. They were looking in there, and they got Roadhouse. They weren't stuck with Cannonball Run 2. They got Roadhouse. They got Porky's Revenge. They know how to find the hidden gems in that $5 bin. That's as valuable as anything going right now for a head coach in college football.
We're actually going to talk a little bit more about that in the CFP stuff coming up here in a little while because, all of a sudden Pete Golding's got a shot at winning a national championship as a head coach.
Pete Golding. What my last Nick Saban broadcast, I sat down with with Pete Golding for 20 minutes. Alabama fans wanted his ass on a platter. They wanted him roasting on a spit. Everything that Alabama only lost 2 games that year, but Pete Golding was trash, and he couldn't wait. Truth be told, he couldn't wait to get out of there because of it. And now he gets the interim coach, and I'm sure Ole Miss fans are like, we couldn't do better than this. We're just going to promote our DC, and he's 2-0 in the playoffs, and they love the dude. Great story.
There are some as unique of stories as we've ever seen in the college football playoffs right now, and we're going to get to all that. We've got to get to a break, though. Can't wait to have Hale on. It's big-time portal stuff for South Carolina, so Mike and I will pepper him with all kinds of questions. Mike, can you slide us into hour 2, please?
I sure can. Well, speaking of guys, didn't have a ton of stars next to their name, but if you evaluated Ryan Brewer, the player coming out of high school in Ohio, as Lou Holtz did, then you got yourself a heck of a gem. And Ryan Brewer performs that same type of service in the fencing business and has done so for about 17 years. Consultation, installation, residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured, your job will be done with unparalleled level of expertise. That is the advantage of Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence and RyanBrewer.net. You can even get a free estimate right there online. Check them out today. And as always, tell them you heard about it right here on ITG.
Hour 2 next.
2026 is the year of the Barn-Dominium, and the Barn-Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home for your family. Make your dream a reality. Change your life today. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Every Sunday night at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app, the Chief Sports YouTube channel, and on our X accounts. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, talking the week that was and what's to come in the SEC. Join us every week for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
Oh man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Tune in every Friday at 9 a.m. to the 4-Quarter Friday High School Show on the Chief Sports Network. Visit GameDayNuts.net and order yours today. Boiled peanuts, no shells. Official tailgate snack of ITG. You're tuned into Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dough Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Go Gamecocks!
With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water, we'll rise with a little peace and some harmony. We'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got him for you. Oh, I wanna run with you. Yesterday, I saw you standing there. Your hair was down, your eyes were red. No comb, I touched your hair. I said, get up and let me see you smile. We'll take a walk together, walk the road a while. 'Cause I got a hand for you, I got a hand for you. I wanna run with you, won't you let me run with you? Hold my hand, want you to hold my hand. I think you do a place where you can be anything you wanna be, because I wanna love you the best that I can.
Okay, it's the final hour, and it is Wednesday. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, hour 2, brought to you by our friends over at the West Law Firm. They are statewide. They are Gamecocks, and if any of you have unfortunately gotten yourselves in any trouble, not good, but these guys are there to help. They are like family. They will treat you like family. They are blue collar, and they represent blue collar. West Law Firm SC.com. westlawfirmsc.com. Criminal defense, car accidents, DUIs. We all know someone who's been there, personal injury, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Honored to call them friends. Call Mason and his team at the West Law Firm, westlawfirmsc.com. Well, Mike and I went into break, and we were talking about Ryan Brewer, and, you know, poor Brewer, although he'll beat me up for saying this, he was a 0-star coming out of high school. Not Hale McGranahan. He is a 5-star, especially when it comes to covering the transfer portal. I don't know how much sleep you've had in the last few days, but you've done it remarkably well, and we're glad to have you, my friend. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you. Appreciate that introduction. Definitely want a 5-star football player coming out of high school. I think Brewer had me beat even with his 0-star. So doing well though. Sleeping great. Doing all right.
I would imagine when you have a young child at the house and you're covering the transfer portal, you gotta catch some Z's when you can. Probably not very consistent, Hale, but it's a hot and hopping time right now. So we're gonna run the gamut with you, but give us the latest. It's Wednesday morning. Things change quickly. So what updates do you have to provide today? And then we'll kind of backtrack from there.
Yeah, it's all starting to run together for me, so bear with me. This is day 5, I guess, 6. I'm losing track of that already. Been going since Friday with this stuff, and obviously got pretty fast and furious yesterday with the 3 commitments. Guys are still on campus who got in yesterday. There are more today. I mean, guys are going to be coming in throughout the week. Feeling really good right now about a couple who got in yesterday, notably Quaysheed Scott, the Kentucky defensive back transfer who played nickel for them this past season, was their starter there, originally from Marion, a guy that I'm sure folks who follow high school recruiting will remember from a couple years ago when Carolina tried to flip him late, and Kentucky was able to hold on to him because he'd been committed for several months by the time Carolina had offered. And, yeah, he's in Columbia, got in the portal, Monday night, I guess it was, and he was on campus yesterday afternoon. So feeling pretty good about how things are sitting with him. The offensive lineman from Louisiana, Bryant Williams, I believe is his name. That's the other tricky part for me this time of year is trying to remember names of many guys who I had never heard of 4 days ago. And that's just sort of the nature of this stuff. But yeah, he's a big old offensive tackle, and South Carolina certainly needs those guys. And, you know, they got the two offensive line commitments yesterday, and they're definitely interior players. One's a center, one's going to play guard. And yeah, that's kind of where we're at. There are certainly others that I could talk to and just keep rambling for a while, but that's I guess the latest.
Okay. The guys who committed yesterday, Carter Miller. Let's start with Carter Miller because he's got it. Mike and I were just talking about guys like this a little while ago. The center out of Central Florida. So he started his career at James Madison and played for Kurt Signetti, right, at James Madison. And then he transfers to Louisiana Monroe. And then he actually transferred or committed to play with Dion at Colorado. And the offensive line coach departed for Mississippi State. So 3 weeks after that, he backed off of that. And then he goes to Central Florida. And while he's at Central Florida, he proceeds to get a tattoo of a knight down the entire side of his body. Now he's coming to South Carolina. Hale, I think he's about 6'2", 300 pounds or so. So we'll see if he has like a gamecock or something on the left side of his body by the time this is all over. But have you learned any more about him as a player, as far as what he did, especially in the last couple of years with Monroe and with Central Florida?
Not a ton, other than he plays center and just familiar with that surface level stuff. I don't have a ton of time to really like try to dive in and do a lot of research on those guys. Like honestly, I'd forgotten that he was at James Madison until you said that. I mean, it's just a lot to keep up with. And if you remembered all that stuff off the top of your head there, I don't know if you have a teleprompter set up, but if you just remember all that stuff right off the rip there, credit to you, because it's a lot. Just with him.
We're pros here, man. I mean, it's our job is to do homework, you know?
Yeah, it is. You're right. Okay. You're right. I was never getting homework, though. I was waited to do it in school.
You were the dog ate my homework guy? I didn't take you.
No, I'm saying like I'd go to first period and be like, all right, I got homework due in second period. Let me do it in first period while I'm sitting in class. That was my routine.
Hale, I got a general question for you. In the portal, I saw kind of I think it was the New York Times put this out, believe it or not. So I take it with a grain of salt, but it was the average salary now by position, right? So we all know quarterback's always going to be number one, and that just continues to skyrocket. But are you noticing any changes overall in the way certain positions might be going for higher dollars, and maybe some positions are being diminished in value because of supply and demand? Like where does that matrix stand right now?
Yeah, well, speaking to that story or that tweet, I guess the tweet I saw didn't even include linebacker in it. So I guess these guys aren't getting paid anything. So I guess that's one place where there's a significant change. Yeah,
it's true.
I guess that was maybe an oversight on their part. I'm not sure. But yeah, it seems like the rates are going up, and CBS put out a story. I can't remember exactly when it was, maybe late in December, right before the portal opened, and it had a bunch of numbers listed out position by position, and I can't remember what those were off the top of my head, or what the ones you're talking about, Mike, what those were, but I think they're pretty close in some of the numbers that are jumping or floating around out there behind the scenes and even publicly.
And just so people know, if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Hale. Again, quarterback's number one. Everybody knows that. I think O-line and D-line were two.
That sounds right.
Yeah, and then maybe after that it was wide receiver.
Yeah, depending on and that obviously that can change from player to player and team to team. Sometimes wide receiver can even get up there in that defensive end, offensive tackle.
Yeah. You got a Jeremiah Smith that's actually willing to go somewhere. That's a $5 million wideout, but the other guys. And then, like I mentioned, how cheap Missouri got Keywan Lacey for. I think Jaden Baugh just re-signed with Florida for about $1 million, which is really high for a running back because there's so many of them.
Right, and that's that was one that I think that's gotten a lot of attention for some of the national people who really track that stuff. And And I just think to Casey Concepcion, a guy who's been a very talked about person with this stuff going back to last year, and there were reports last year that he got upwards of that $1 million range for his deal in 2025, and he was probably the highest paid first year transfer receiver this past season. So now that, like you're saying, running backs up to that, holy cow! Like I can't imagine what some receivers are going to be able to command. What, like you're saying, Mike, what some of these quarterbacks are going to be pulling in. It's offensive tackles too, defensive ends. Those are the premier positions. Those guys are apparently commanding more dollars than what was initially forecasted, I guess.
No doubt. I'm sorry, Jim. I'm just going to get one more in, and this might be an impossible question to answer. But do you have any idea? And I don't think you would report it necessarily. Maybe you would. I don't know what the protocol is on something like this. But do you have any idea? We talk about there's no salary cap. So let's talk about with Carolina. Do you have any idea what the ceiling is, like a give or take within the margins of, okay, this is how much they can afford to spend, and they've allocated this to Sellers, Stewart, Harbor, and they obviously they're the stress on getting offensive linemen very important. Like, I mean, do we have any idea what the number is, what the total number is, what they have to spend, what's available? Because again, we're starting to mirror the pro model. In the pro model, we know all this; it's all public record, right? But in college, it's supposed to be like one big secret. So I'm just curious, as you're on the trail of all this, do any of those numbers make any? Do you have any clarity on any of that?
Yeah, I've heard some things, and I'm not going to say what I've heard exactly, Mike.
Yeah,
but I will say this: that based on some of this like the CBS story, for example, and some of the numbers, and they had it broken down in that story of like a top end player at wide receiver, what he could make, and like a mid-tier type of guy, then a lower end type of guy. And South Carolina I'll say that South Carolina was going to be able to be competitive at the positions where they've needed to be competitive for this portal cycle. And those are obviously offensive line, defensive tackle. And coming into this thing, I was not concerned about South Carolina's ability and willingness to spend money to get the players they need to get. And like I was saying just a second ago, the price has gone up for a lot of guys across the board. Not just guys Carolina's recruiting, but guys all across college football who are in the portal or considering the portal, like Jaden Ball.
All right, so those are actually good questions because they kind of, I mean, we know what the focus is for South Carolina. It's pretty evident. They sign Jordan Thomas, big-time defensive tackle, who they did recruit, Hale, right, in high school, goes to Georgia. Now he's going to be in Columbia. They signed a mountain of a man in Hank Purvis, the offensive lineman out of Purdue. I don't know if he signed yet, but he committed. 6'5", 360 pounds. I would imagine that 360 is probably going to have to dip down a little bit here at South Carolina. But then I got a text first thing this morning, and I think, and you mentioned this on the Big Spur. Okay, so Jacarius Peak, the offensive tackle at NC State, is a guy that you are apparently tracking here. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, I think South Carolina is trying to see if they can get their foot in the door. Haven't heard anything specific about where he's at with scheduling his visits or where he's visiting. There's a report out, I think, from Matt Zenitz at CBS and 24/7 that Texas A&M was going to have him in for a visit. I'm not real sure if that has actually happened yet or not, and where else he's looking at. I think I'd have to try to pull up Twitter if somebody knows off the top of their head in the chat box. But a couple other higher end type of programs that are usually pretty aggressive in the portal and successful off the field. So I think South Carolina is trying to get a seat at the table, and from what I understand, they're they're being listened to right now. So what that amounts to, we'll have to see. Maybe we'll have an answer before the end of the day today. I don't know, but certainly a name to keep an eye on at this point.
Okay, 6'5", 300-pounder. He is from South Georgia, Valdosta. 32 career start. Well, you know, we love our South Georgia linemen around here. I mean, the great John Strickland hails from Bainbridge, Georgia. Former 4-star recruit. All right, is there any legs, any whispers at all to a potential return to the program by Josiah Thompson, or do you think he's out the door?
Yeah, it's possible. His name hadn't entered the portal officially yet. I think it was like yesterday or today is when that was possibly going to happen. So I haven't heard anything since what I reported yesterday afternoon or morning, whenever it was on the Big Spur. But yeah, that's a guy that South Carolina staff has wanted to keep around and have made an attempt to keep around. So we'll see how that continues to take shape. We may have a better sense of that here relatively soon, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it kind of it's kind of hard to have the conversation, right? Because I mean, I think Mike brought up that article, and I think that's very relevant in this conversation here. Like, if you are, I know that Josiah Thompson didn't have a good sophomore year. Why are those reasons? You could probably mix in quite a few of them to get to where he was as a player. But at the end of the day, the kid was still a freshman All-American, and he was recruited by every program in college football coming out of high school. Like, people want a 6'7", 300+ pound offensive tackle who started for 2 years in the SEC, regardless of a sophomore slump. So if he goes into the portal, he's going to command high dollar. Do you feel like that is what South Carolina is competing with here, the money? I'm just asking you an opinion, or you don't have to answer it. Or do you feel like they are competing with something else?
I'm trying to think of the best way to answer this without saying too much, but
okay.
Yeah, he's not the type of guy that was trying to hold South Carolina hostage. He's not trying to just straight up make more money because he thinks he can go get it. That was not his intention at all. It's been obviously a tough season for him. Something people need to try to keep in mind when they remember the people, emphasis on people who are playing and coaching these games. Like, they have feelings too. And I say that because Josiah Thompson's position coach got fired, and he might feel kind of responsible for that. So Lonnie Teasley loses his job, and he's probably like, well, damn, I'm the left tackle. I'm the most important position. I didn't play great. Now my coach is fired. Like, I kind of did that. So, like, there's also that aspect of a guy who's like, maybe I need a fresh start and just move on somewhere else too. So, like, there's, and I'm not speaking generally either. Like, it's a very wide range of factors with Josiah Thompson in particular that have gotten to the point where he was like, all right, I think I want to transfer. There are a lot of different things that went into that decision, and whether or not he'll change his mind and stick around, like I said, we'll have to see.
Okay, that's a great answer. What about the LSU lineman, Mubanga? I believe is how you say the last name.
Mubanga, yeah.
Okay.
I believe.
And DJ Chester, they've both come and gone, right? Any news on them?
Haven't heard much specifically with them. Chester was said to be getting ready to go visit Alabama at one point later this week after this Carolina visit. Mubanga, need to iron out that pronunciation probably. Definitely if he ends up here. If he ends up committing to South Carolina, definitely need to get that cleaned up. Sorry, I was reading the text. So, yeah, he was at Arkansas before he came to Carolina for his visit, and he's got a younger brother who's a 2026 high school recruit who is signed with Arkansas. So maybe that's a factor to keep in mind with him as well.
Okay. On the defensive side of the football, today, Hale, South Carolina is scheduled to receive a visit from Arkansas State and Drew Collins. Okay, is that visit still on? And B, his brother, who plays at Alabama, word is he is hopping in the portal as well. Could South Carolina be after both of these young men?
Yeah, so Drew, as far as I know, he's still on the visit tomorrow. Haven't heard anything different. I guess it was since yesterday. He told me he was taking the visit on Thursday.
Thursday. Okay.
Yeah. Today's Wednesday, right?
Yeah. I had just saw what is the date? January 7th. Okay, so yeah. I had it as that's on me.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. So yeah, he's supposed to visit on Thursday, January the 8th, unless something's changed. His brother, as you mentioned, Kelby Collins, who played this past season at Alabama, transferred from Florida last year to Alabama. South Carolina was on him last year while he was in the portal, and they're also on him, Kelby, when he was coming out of high school before he signed with Florida. So maybe there's something to monitor there. We'll see. I don't know for sure. I don't think Kelby is officially in the portal yet. And again, like I try to operate in the area of let's wait till we get too far ahead of ourselves. Meaning like I want to see a guy who's in the portal before I try to get too detailed with things I said. So Drew's been targeted and scheduled for a visit. Don't know if that's changed and to be determined on what goes down with Kelby.
Appreciate you doing that, by the way. Not enough people do that. So thanks for waiting on the facts to be out before going further with it. All right, so Carolina received a commitment from wide receiver Jaden Gibson a few days ago. Hadn't played in a couple of years because of injury, but he will be the second tallest receiver on this team behind a guy named Nick Harbor. So kind of a two-parter receiver question here. Mike, you've probably called the games of all these guys that I'm mentioning here. So if I ring any bells, chime in where you may. Josh Manning, the wideout from Missouri, also visited South Carolina, but Hale, I don't think I personally have heard anything since his visit to Columbia. But what we have heard is one of the great names in college football, wide receiver Nitro Tuggle out of Purdue, visited. Lenore Sellers has been fairly vocal about this young man. So what's the latest on signing a second guy at the receiver position?
Yeah, I think they're planning on trying to get someone else, at least one other in addition to Jaden Gibson. So, yeah, Tuggle got in yesterday for his visit. Not sure if he's still around or not. I think Vanderbilt and Auburn have surfaced as other options for him. So yeah, trying to get that detail sorted out and where things are at with him. But, yeah, Nitro, that's a hell of a name. I know it's short for what his given name is, and I'm definitely not going to try to pronounce his given name. I don't even have it in front of me, Mike. I'll turn that one over to you.
I'm gonna pass on that as well. What do they do that on? So you want to be a millionaire? I'll do a call a friend.
Yeah, phone a friend.
Yeah, phone a friend.
That's what. That's good for guys like our man Todd Ellis. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to go through all that. Just stop at Nitro. It'll be fine.
Yeah, right. Just make up your own nickname if you're having. Like nobody calls him that but me.
Yeah. That's right.
By the way, Joshua Manning, just for context, I did have a Missouri Auburn this year. Solid. Their main guy was Kevin Coleman by leaps and bounds. Yeah. So I think Manning was somewhere like in the neighborhood of the number 3 or the number 4 in terms of targets, but good size. I think about 6'2", like certainly a guy that could be an asset.
Well, yeah, I think. Sorry, Hale. I think that we will be having probably a more intense conversation, but also a very similar conversation about the wide receiver room in the spring, summer, and preseason camp that they just had last year. I mean, they brought in 6 freshmen, and it was like, how are you going to play all these guys? And I know that Brian has left, and I know that Dre Jacobs has left, but they're going to sign 2 more guys, and everybody else is returning. So for all the competition conversations that were ongoing last year with that group, I don't know how those things aren't put on the juice this year even more. I mean, all of them have been in college football an extra year, and they're all back virtually.
Yeah, really the only thing that's changed is Nick Harbor has taken another step in his development and gotten even better than he was from his sophomore year going into his junior year. So that's certainly exciting. But yeah, outside of that, and maybe Jaden Sellers doing what he did down the stretch last season, Donovan Murph playing a little bit. There's still Malik Clark and Jordan Gidron and Lex Cyrus and Sequel Patterson's going to come in the summer. And yeah, whoever else comes in from the portal. So
did Jacob surprise you at all?
A little bit, yeah. I don't know how surprising it was for the staff and the timing of all that type of stuff, but yeah, I was kind of caught off guard by that. I thought he had plans to stick around, but apparently somebody got him to get into the portal, and I guess that somebody would be Miami because that's where he visited first. So I don't know if he's committed or if he's going anywhere else to visit, but apparently it's for a substantial sum of money from what I understand.
Well, he's from Palm Beach County, isn't he, or somewhere down there?
Vero Beach. I'm not sure where that's located, but I believe it's Vero Beach is where he's from.
What county is that in, Mike? You're a South Florida guy sometimes. Whenever you want.
Vero, where the Dodgers used to have spring training. That's north of West Palm. That might be on the very northern tip of Palm Beach County, if I'm not mistaken. But north of West Palm and Jupiter and all those places.
Okay, all right. So you might be
quite frankly not a whole lot of players come out of Vero. I mean, that's not your typical Palm Beach, Broward, Dade footprint that has all those speedsters that come out every year. So that's a rare town. But I got to say this: sometimes the internet is undefeated. There was a guy on Twitter at some Gamecock account, and I can't remember what it was, but it made me laugh. And this was a few days ago, so it was timely. He said, I refuse to believe the seizure of Maduro was not just a smokescreen to distract us all from Ventravius Jacobs hitting the transfer portal. I thought that was a really good line. So whoever's Gamecock account that is on Twitter, kudos, take a bow. That was very very creative.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I've seen some folks on Gamecock Twitter who are like real pro Dre Jacobs, and I got to think those folks were at the spring game last year and saw him putting on because he hadn't really done a whole lot to that point in his college career. And yeah, I thought he and Brian Rowe were probably 2 of the best players on the field that day, regardless of position. So kind of a shame for Carolina they're not around anymore.
Well, Brian Rowe's agent is the same agent as KC Concepcion, who you mentioned earlier. So once I found that out, it wasn't so shocking to hear that he got into the portal. All right, we'll get you out of here in just a quick second here. I mentioned this at the bottom of the hour right before you joined, but I just wanted to see if you want to tie any significance into this or not. Yesterday or last night, Houston Christian running back Hale Zyshawn Edwards committed to Missouri. And the reason that I mentioned that is because TCU running back Nate Palmer has visited South Carolina. Obviously, he and Kendall Briles and Randy Clements know each other quite well from their time in Fort Worth. But he was planning to also visit Missouri and I believe Wisconsin. But they've now signed a running back. I don't know if they're planning to sign more running backs or what. I have no idea. But just wanted to see if you could add anything there on Nate Palmer. And are there other tailbacks maybe in the mix for South Carolina to sign out of the portal?
Yeah, Palmer, I think he visited Purdue before he went to South Carolina too. So another school to keep in mind with him. And South Carolina's sort of been involved, I guess, with Peyton Lewis, forgetting a name that I've known for years. Peyton Lewis, who was at Tennessee for 2 years and got into the portal officially yesterday. And I think he's at Virginia right now. He's originally from Virginia, somewhere near where Virginia and Tennessee border, I believe, is where he's from originally. So yeah, he's in Charlottesville right now as we speak, and I think there's a possibility that he gets to Columbia for a visit, but don't know for sure one way or another if that's going to happen with him. So those are the only two names I've known for sure as guys that Carolina has been on. I mean, some others have floated out there on the internet that didn't really have much weight to them, but yeah, those are the primary two to my knowledge. Doesn't mean there can't be more, as we saw with Jordan Thomas, the defensive lineman from Georgia who committed. Didn't even know that he was on campus earlier this week. So things can go under the radar. That's just how it goes sometimes with this stuff.
Well, this is going to be shocking to people, but there are still 9 days left to actually enter the transfer portal.
God help us. Oh my God, 9? Really? That many?
We're gonna, yeah, I'll be 50 by the time that's over.
Sign whatever, right? I mean, it's not like they have to sign within 10 days. They can just sit there and languish in the portal.
Just have to be in. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. A couple of tight ends. Josh Sapp from Clemson, interesting, and Randy Pittman Jr., not senior, Randy Pittman Jr. from Florida State. Have you heard anything on those guys, or are we in wait and see mode?
Just wait and see mode. I do know they like Pittman pretty well, and he's been relatively productive over the years. Started at UCF, Florida State last year. He was even like a Wildcat type quarterback. Ran for 3 touchdowns last year for the Noles. So that sort of tells you what you need to know about him and his ability to make plays with the ball in his hands. Would be a good get for Carolina. Sapp, I'll close with saying this. Sapp's not quite viewed as that same like echelon or tier of player for sure as Pittman is.
Is Pittman kind of similar to Michael Smith?
No, he's a little, Michael Smith was listed at 6'6", which I never understood how his height got that high, but we've seen that before at Carolina with some guys. But yeah,
they listed me at 6'6". You calling someone a liar?
All right, maybe I'm 6 foot then. Shit. So yeah, Randy Pittman, he's around 6'2", kind of an H-back type of guy. Obviously, if he's rushing the football for Florida State, so yeah, different type of player.
Before I let you go, I'm sorry to do this to you, not to keep you, dangling around here. I know that there was some smoke around the Desir twins from Florida State. Have you heard anything on that? And then also, of course, Xavier Chaplin, who's from Seabrook, South Carolina, went to Virginia Tech, transferred to Auburn, their left tackle. Is South Carolina, have you heard, are they going to be able to get him in on a visit, or are we still wait and see on all that too?
Wait and see on Chaplin, and the Desir twins are not in the portal yet, from what I understand. I know Florida State's been trying to keep them, but I'm sure if they do get in, that plenty of folks will be coming after them.
I would imagine so. Did we? What'd you eat for dinner, Hale? Did we leave anything? Are there any questions we left off the table that need to get on it real quick?
I had some ground beef and rice last night for dinner. Style.
Sounds like a portal meal to me.
Good call.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well, look, you do a marvelous job, and we really, 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 truly appreciate it, man. So we'll try to do this again maybe next week sometime, and by then we'll have a lot more answers. That's for sure. So get some sleep where you can, brother. Thank you for everything. Happy New Year.
All right, guys. Appreciate y'all.
You're the man. Thanks, Hale. There you go. Hale McGranahan. Good report there. Good report. See, everything gets so sped up in everybody's minds, and I understand it because they want to know who's going to be on their football team. And then you see these reports from across the country, Mike. I mean, you get on Twitter, you see them every 5 seconds. So-and-so's committed here. So-and-so's committed there. So-and-so's committed here. So-and-so's committed there. What's going on with us? Why didn't anybody like us? Remember a couple of years ago, it was like the final couple of days, and they got a guy, who was a linebacker named Demetrius Knight from Charlotte. Nobody cared because he was a former option quarterback. Why are we signing a guy from Charlotte? Nobody really cared about Kyle Kennard, and that was kind of a late deal. There's a lot of guys. Rocket Sanders was a later deal.
Yeah.
Just if you're pressing the gas, maybe don't speed. Just go right around the speed limit and let it work out.
It's not about stealing the headlines. It's about filling the voids, right? And
That's right.
you still have time to do that. Still have time to plug the holes. And again, a lot of people are dealing from a larger disadvantage in terms of having to replace quarterback, wide receiver, and who knows if Harbor becomes the primary guy next year and just the next level of his development comes. We don't know yet. And of course, very few teams in the country that have a talent like Dylan Stewart already in place. So sometimes stealing the headlines is not necessarily job one when you've already got key guys filling key positions. But I mean, there's certainly, we all know that the team went 4-8 for a reason. Like, you do need to add some talent. There's no doubt about that. Just shuffling the coaching staff alone is not going to solve that. There needs to be an influx of some guys at key positions. If this is truly going to be a turn the corner year, much like 2024 was, right? Nobody saw 9 wins coming in 2024. Is this a team that can turn the corner the way that team did 2 years ago? I think a lot of that depends on the kind of moves you just talked about that didn't necessarily grab major headlines, but turned it into one of the best defenses the program's ever seen.
Yeah. Well, hey, they also signed a guy named Torricelli Simpkins, who was an offensive lineman at North Carolina A&T, and everybody's like, "Who the hell is that?" Now the guy's starting in the NFL. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. By the way, with all that, and I know we got to get a break, but I'll just say this. With all the offensive line deflections, 9 of them in total, and that includes a couple of walk-ons. Well, it's 8, but 9 if you include Josiah Thompson, who's not officially in. LSU's lost their entire offensive line too. You know, it's been glitz and glamour for Lane Kiffin. You know, everybody wants to talk about it, but he doesn't have a starting offensive line right now either. So, you know, all his guys are basically visiting every SEC program out there, and they're going to be playing probably in the SEC against LSU next year. So this is happening in lots of different areas. And LSU had the best offensive line in the country in 2024.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about the line of scrimmage. If you want to know why Miami is in the Final Four and a favorite to get to the national championship game, it's on the line of scrimmage. And a lot of those guys, not just Mesidor, but a lot of of course, Bain could be the number 1 pick in the draft. He'd certainly be top 5. But I believe, he's not a transfer. He's an initial signee. But a lot of those guys on the line, offense, defense, are transfers, are portal guys. So you can do it that way. I mean, Ole Miss has been living in the portal and so many positions. It can be done that way. And if you do it that way, there is going to be a lot of turnover, and you have to hope it all gels in a hurry. You don't have the day and age of like recruiting guys and redshirting them and developing over a 3-year span, and they all work together and they all have great chemistry. That's not today's model.
No,
it's just not. It's just high turnover. You mix and match, and you hope you get the right guys. You hope your evaluations are strong. You hope that the money is spent properly in the right places. Again, there's a skill to that. For those that follow the NFL, this is what GMs in the NFL do every year, and it's starting to mirror the college game. I thought this was right. Vero Beach is not Palm Beach County. It's just north of it. It's Indian River County. When I think of Indian River, I think of Indian River JUCO, which is a baseball factory. And when I think of that as it pertains to South Carolina, I think of one of the best players I ever saw hit a baseball in a Gamecock uniform, and Steve Pierce. But he's not the only one. There's a couple more. But yeah, Pierce is an Indian River guy. From Lakeland to Indian River to Carolina to World Series in 2004 to World Series MVP with the Boston Red Sox. Not a bad life.
Is this Steve Pierce? Yeah, congratulations. We just drafted you in the 14th round of the Major League Baseball, or the 9th round, whatever it was. Oh, that's great, man. Congratulations to you. You got the steal of the draft. Now I'm going to go back to floating the river. Hangs up the phone. The best.
Yeah.
Steve.
Just some guys are put on this earth to see ball, hit ball.
And
that was Steve Pierce.
Don't ask him how to do it. He just does.
No, that wasn't Steve's thing. And Steve wasn't in the lab. He wasn't in the lab breaking it down and going over launch angle. No, see ball, hit ball. I'll be all right.
We're going to see break, hit break now. We'll come back and get into the CFP when we return.
Jeffrey's got space and a touchdown.
Can you believe it?
Touchdown! He caught it on traffic. Scores! Touchdown, South Carolina!
If your golf game needs a little help, McKellar Enterprises is one click away. Meredith Taylor, a former Gamecock golfer, fields clients from all across the country. Golfers of every level are enrolling in her well-rounded golf camps. They're improving their game through virtual and on-course lessons. And now, many are a part of the membership program that gives you multiple monthly coaching options to get better. Are you improving for fun? Don't want to hold the group back any longer? Visit McKellarEnterprises.org today and go Gamecocks.
Test ride at Electric Bikes of Charleston today. Road trip ready. Ride comfortably. Forget road fatigue. The Velotric Fold 1 Plus features our exclusive Comfort Max frame design for an effortless, upright riding posture and a low step through. With an adjustable seat and stem, you'll be feeling great and ready for the next campsite adventure. Your back will thank you. Visit Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com.
New year, better floors. Now is the time. Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution. Beautiful like new floors in just one day. No dust, affordable, and 5 stars. Give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365, or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
This 54 more days until next year's hockey season, just 241 until baseball. See, mix in a little Happy Gilmore there. Or baseball, football, 241 till football. Yeah, actually, I'm right about that, by the way. 241 days until South Carolina kicks off against Kent State. Mike, I did the math a couple days ago. So,
and then an extra 7 for Towson.
Well, that's right. So that'd be 248. Yeah,
which I just learned had a football program.
Which is great, by the way, because I mean, if we'll see how the portal shapes up for South Carolina. I mean, I continue to believe that they're gonna probably have a pretty good, solid class, and I think that we all anticipate they will fill those needs. But then, man, I mean, I don't know. We don't ever know. Like, it's hard to predict who anybody is ever going to be these days. But at the same time, I don't know that you could draw it up much better than having 3 straight home games to open the season: Kent State, Towson, and then Mississippi State as your league opener.
100%.
I mean, I think it's the best you could ask for, you know, and so you're going to have 8 quarters for sure to kind of get the kinks worked out with a new OC and all this new stuff going around. And then you don't have to hit the road. Now, you do the next week. You got to go to Alabama, but you don't have to hit the road in your first league game. You get to play at home against one of the teams that was a lot like you this past year. They just weren't very good.
What was your, what were your thoughts on dropping Miami?
Yeah, I hate it. I really hate it for multiple reasons. Number one, I like the competition. Number two, I really wanted to take the road trip to Coral Gables in 27. But I absolutely understand it because you couldn't play the game. There was nothing to do. You would only have 5 home games if you were going to do that the following year. So because the in 2027 when they would have returned that game,
you're at Clemson.
You are at Clemson's at home in 27,
right.
but you have 5 SEC road games,
right?
And or so you would have only had 6 home games, is what it was, 6 home games. So you would have played Miami on the road, 5 SEC games on the road, and then you'd have 4 league games, Clemson and whoever.
Yeah.
And they weren't going to lose the 7th home game. And the same thing was going to happen to Miami this coming year.
I get it. I mean, I wonder if you could have just changed the year then. So keep Miami this year, and then instead of 27, make it 28. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and I don't even know if they've canceled some of those later series. I don't know. You would have to Clemson's on the road this year when you have 5 league games. So it offsets. So you have 2 non-cons, and so that would have worked for South Carolina, but it would have left Miami with I think they were already playing 6 road games, so they would have had to play 7 or something like that. I can't remember what it was.
Well, and of course they have an odd number of teams in the conference. So,
dude,
not everybody even plays the same number of conference games every year in the ACC.
Have we talked about that since that news came out? Like,
I don't know if you guys have, but I mean, it's pretty bizarre.
Like, did they not think about this before they made the decision? Was somebody not in there like, hey, Jim? Yeah. Well, not all of them can play 9 games. Why? Math
Hey, Byrne, did you tighten up those lug nuts? I thought you had it, Billy. I didn't do it. I didn't do it either. Well, we got a 20-story building here with no lug nuts. Yeah. I don't know.
What? I couldn't believe that, dude. I mean, and how does that the college football playoff committee has a difficult enough time. So how are you going to evaluate that moving forward? You know, it just doesn't make any sense. But
I don't know. I asked the question, no, because I think a lot of people are like you, like, come on, man, let's play some dudes. But then other people are like, you know, hey, if the greatest path to success is replace it with a cupcake, let's do that. It's 9 SEC games. The SEC, although the SEC has not had a banner bowl season, but it's still the deepest league in the land. Are we really good enough to play those extra games like a Miami, like a whoever else could come down? I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that too, Jamie.
I wanted it. I mean, I don't know that I would want to open with national champion Miami. You know, for the sake of the program, I'm glad it was canceled. There's no doubt about that.
Think about this, though. I mean, so much of everything is timing, right? It's like the moment Georgia came off the schedule 2 years ago, I think that team could have beaten Georgia. That Gamecock team could have. Not saying they would have. I'm just saying they could have. You know, Carson Beck had his worst year ever, and Georgia's defense wasn't as dominating, and Carolina had the team, a squad that could have matched up well against Georgia. So you didn't get a chance to have that, what would have been a historical win. Next year, Miami's not going to be Miami. Now, I know they are spending money in that portal, boy. Every year they go out there and they get some, but it's going to be a new quarterback. They're going to lose their top 2 defensive ends. They're going to be first-round draft picks. They're going to lose the right tackle, who's an absolute beast. He's gone. I don't think Miami's going to be as good next year. So Miami would not have been this 14-point favorite at Williams-Brice Stadium. That game, I think, could have been very competitive. If Carolina does what it's capable of doing, I expect Miami to take a step back, and that would have been pretty cool to have Miami come into Williams-Brice.
It would have been neat, man. There is a way to kind of in a different way solve that problem. This is where I mentioned this other day. Kirk Herbstreit and I agree on this. If you continue to have the issues. And by the way, because you're a bowl season guy, I'm a bowl season guy. I love having bowl games on in December. I love it. I don't care what game it is. I love having it on TV. It's tradition for me. But I think there's a lot of issues with bowl season, obviously the opt-outs and things of that nature. If you moved them to the beginning of the season where you played all the bowl games on Labor Day weekend, like you earned that game next year. So South Carolina and Miami play in the Cheez-It Bowl in Orlando and on Labor Day weekend, you'd still get that. I mean, you'd get a 13.
I've heard that recommended, Jamie, and it's fun to talk about. I honestly don't see that ever happening. Coaches are control freaks.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you can't control who your week one opponent is, right? I mean, I just don't see coaches go. It's kind of like the soccer relegation crowd. Why don't we do it? I mean, European soccer does it where the team does really bad, that you just kick them out of the SEC and you put them in the Sun Belt, and the Sun Belt champion goes up to the AC. Like, that sounds fun for soccer guy to chop that up. It's never going to happen. Like, you're wasting valuable breath and time on that theory. This one isn't nearly as radical. And I think the fans would love it for sure. I just don't see coaches giving up the control of their 12-game schedule.
Well, speaking of that, I know we're short on time, and I know you'll be back tomorrow, so we can certainly talk more about it. But I have, I'd say half. It's been half and half for me. I enjoy the college football playoff because it's the college football playoff. I love the fact that there's a 5, 6, and 10 seed in the Final Four. I think that there is a piece of that proves that the model, the game had to catch up to the model. Like, when this thing first was implemented, there was so many talking heads. Well, there's not even 4 teams that can win a national championship right now. Yeah, but give it time and you will get there. And we are there in college football. You got a 10 seed, a 6 seed, and a 5 seed. Now, there's a caveat in that, and that is what I think is the dumbest part of the current college football playoff model as it pertains to the competition on the field, and that is the bye system. Because it's not a bye. A bye is in the NFL. You're the top seed. The season is over. The playoffs start next week. You get the week off to get healthy and scout your next opponent, and then you get to go play. This isn't a bye. You're sitting around for a month before you play football, and for the second straight year, it is crushing the top 4 seeds in this thing. I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Well, agreed. Now, of course, Kurt Signetti would say, hold my beer. I don't care if you give us a bye. You can give us 7 days off. You can have us play a game in Alcatraz. My team's prepared and we'll win games. But you're right. The bye has not been really beneficial to anybody. I don't like teams taking that much time off before the biggest game of the year. Not a fan. I do think it's going to be a moot point because we're going to go to 16 and the byes will be eliminated. And what I'd like to see, and maybe this is Pollyannish on my part, I'd like to see the teams with the higher seeds get 2 home games.
100%.
And not just 1. Can anybody argue that the best charm that college football has that the NFL just can't match? And look, I love the NFL and I love calling games at NFL venues, but it's not the same. It can't match what college football has, particularly at the elite programs in terms of the pageantry of the home field advantage. And we're losing that when we play it in sterilized bowl games. So I hope that's what we do go to. 16 games. What's the motivation to be in the top seeds then if there's no bye? Home field advantage.
Yeah.
Like they do in the pros.
Yes. Yeah, JC was talking about this yesterday. And from the sorry, JC, I didn't mean to cut you off, man. But I do have 1 minute before you take over. So I get to dance on this floor for a second.
Gruber.
But I come at it. I come at it from like I lump myself in personally with all these wonderful people that we have in our chat box and all of you amazing people who are sitting there working in your office right now or driving a UPS truck around or doing lawn care. These are blue collar people who love these football programs. Think about the state of Indiana. As blue collar of a state as there is of the 50 we've got in America. And the fans' reward for this, for them being the top team in college, the best team in college football, the best story in college football, the most well-coached team in college football, they got to travel to Pasadena, California from Bloomington and parts around it. Then they have to travel to Atlanta, Georgia, which isn't so bad, but after going to Pasadena, your pocketbook after Christmas is getting a little light. And then if you happen to make it, guess what? You got to hop on a flight out of Indy and fly to Miami. I mean, how is that fair to the people that, help pay for these guys to be here? I
really
don't,
hard to do. On JC and Morgan, I went over my wife's friends. Her and her husband are huge Ohio State fans. They're not big boosters. They work at a casino in the Cincinnati area. They spent their hard-earned money and followed Ohio State throughout that entire national championship run. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we went over them, what they spent. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I will say this. You know what they told me? Mike, I'd do it again.
Sure.
And they went to the first round game this year and, of course, lost. But when you're that passionate about it and your team's playing for that, I've got a good friend of mine who goes to every Alabama playoff game, so he was in Pasadena. I'm sure he cried in his beer on the way back, but he wasn't going to miss it. Just everybody's wired differently. Some people will do it even if it means maxing out that credit card, and that's one less trip for you and the family to go to Disney.
That's okay. I'm not worried about missing the Disney trip.
And some will say, no, I can't do it. I got bills to pay. I got a mortgage, even though Troy Branham saved me thousands. I've still got to pay a mortgage. I've still got to pay for my kids' tuition or whatever the case may be. So, yeah, we're in general, we're pricing people out, period, in college athletics. Anybody who's been buying tickets and paying fees knows that full well.
Yeah. College football needs to quit looking to the NFL for answers in general. I heard your NIL discussion earlier, and they need to look backward to high school because it's you're still dealing with amateur age people, even if you want to call them pros. And it's an amateur sport. This people are passionate about it, but that's a large discussion that I had a nice monologue on yesterday, and Phil's going to get that cut up. And, because I watched the FCS national championship game and the passion and hustle that those guys played with. And then you look at Alabama or name your team, your Power 4 team, that if they played with except for Indiana, they're the outlier. And it's no coincidence that they have 20 scholarship players from James Madison on their roster, right? No coincidence there. It's just the product is going to eventually go on top of itself. And to your point, here's what needs to happen. I think bowls still I understand the bowls and I understand taking care of them. I think having the semis, if you moved it back, and because everybody wants to end the season earlier now, you go back to the rotation and say, okay, we're just going to do 4 at a time. And every year we're going to have 4 bowl games on New Year's Day or Eve or whatever you want to do. And those are the semis. And the reason I said learn from high school, when I was covering high school football or sports in the state of Georgia, it was weird, the high school playoffs, but it made sense once you thought about it. The first and second round of the playoffs, all the way to the quarters, were on campuses. And then they play the semis at the Georgia Dome. I was like, the semis? Because I'm being from South Carolina. I was like, well, we have those at Willie B or Memorial Stadium every year. That's the finals. The semis are on campus usually. And the reason it was because the gate for a championship game in Georgia was just so financially good. And so they went back on campus. I'm not advocating for saying the national championship game needs to be on campus. I do think the first 2 rounds, as much as the events people and the campus coordinators, because I've heard, it's just so hard to do, to set up. It's a beast. And logistically, every excuse in the book, take care of your fans for a change. Mm-hmm. Right. And sometimes, fans are going to be stuck with a big road trip because you're going to play at Oregon or you're going to play at Stanford or something like that. But the bowls, and you guys mentioned, we're in the SEC. At least Dallas, Miami, Atlanta, and New Orleans is in that geographic footprint. You can drive from most places. Think about if you're in the almighty Big Ten and you're in one of these bowls, the closest one is Dallas. Because the bowls are in warm weather, and they are intentionally done that way back in the day. I don't feel sorry for the Big Ten because they latched onto the Rose Bowl all those years, but maybe they had designs on taking over California themselves. But I think you can keep the bowls involved, but they need to be kind of they give too much to these games by having quarters and then making them go to a neutral site game. I mean, look at if you're an Oregon fan. You started off at home, but then you have to go all the way to Miami, and then you go to Atlanta, and then if you win, you got to go back to Miami.
Right.
That's Oregon to Miami. That's not a short haul, Michael. You've gone from that part of the country to that part of the country before, I'm sure.
Yes.
That's a haul, dude. I mean, it's a haul, and it's not fair. And there wasn't a big crowd at the Orange Bowl, and I think some fans. You're an average Texas Tech fan. You're pretty good. Maybe you hedge your bet and say, well, I think we'll beat Oregon, so I'm going to save this money and go to Atlanta or go back to Miami for the championship game. I think it's absolutely stupid to have a bowl or semi or a quarter and then a championship game at the same site. I don't know if you can get around that because many of the places that have bowls are very good host cities, especially the ATL. But probably use some common sense for that, and I think we could fix it. I've always said once I saw the home games the first year, I was like, man, where is Georgia's reward for beating Alabama and not getting a fan, and then having to not go, back home to Athens, and then you throw into the fact that teams that got the bye, which are not rewards, I think I tweeted it about 6 times during the playoff, are 1-7.
Yeah.
Now, and like I said, Indiana is an outlier in all things, but the rest of 1-7 over 2 years, 1-7. So, they say, well, we wanted to reward the conference champs, right? That's not a reward because your opponent basically had a bye week. They took 2 weeks off and they played a game. And then they had a bye week and a short like playing like a bye and then having a Thursday night game. You're still in season and in rhythm at that point, right? You wait 30 days. That's the time from the start of fall camp to kickoff. And when everybody had to wait that long, that's fine. That's one thing. But now I'm convinced it's an advantage for the other team that's not cold and that's in season mode. And I think there's plenty of time, 11 days, if you go to 16 for injuries and things like that. You don't have to play it every single week. You can take 10 days off, but I do think that these buys are not rewards. And I think if their intention, like a lot of decisions they make in college football, their intention was to protect the championship games, conference title games, it's backfired. It's like Jokey Smurf. Y'all remember Jokey Smurf? He'd hand you the exploding present. It's a Jokey Smurf for everybody.
Well, I mean, I'm with you. Like I said, they aren't buys. The NFL is a buy. It is a bye week. This is a bye month. It's not a buy.
It's great. Now that you think about it and you've seen it, it's nuts.
It doesn't make any sense to me. As a former athlete, like, get me on the field faster. I don't want to be in any sport. It doesn't matter what sport it is. Like, that to me is just ludicrous. I don't.
Let's say it's not like you can even practice or be on the field every day in those 20 days.
Well,
because you're still constrained by the NCAA, hours.
Yeah. This is not like Lou Holtz working those guys to the bone in preparation for Outback Bowls.
To keep the momentum going. Yeah, you can't. You lose it all.
We're going to have a super physical practice today in Tampa.
And he did. And that was an advantage over Ohio State. But they don't work like that anymore. Practices aren't set up that way anymore in preparation of bowl games or playoff games.
It's like having, all right, let's say Florida, the Gators in basketball last year, red hot in the tournament. What if they'd had to take 2 weeks off before they played Auburn in the Final Four? And Auburn had just played like 3 days ago. I don't know. You know, maybe
Well, I mean,
basketball's a little different, but football, you got to get in sync, you know?
well, basketball's a lot different. I mean, you know, as soon as they pick the field, it's like, all right, we got to get on the plane because we got to get there.
Mhm.
You know, to tip off. Yeah, I'm with you too on the all of you on the home game thing. I don't. They're in such a conflict with themselves. I'm talking about college football itself is in conflict with itself. How do we preserve tradition versus how do we adjust to the new age? And
Yeah.
Mike, I don't know if there's a solution to this. I just think you're going to have to give up one or the other.
Well, in deference to our friend on JC Morgan, Tim Brando, and I've heard a lot of other people echo this and fans echo this. It's nice to say, what we need is a czar of college football. Nobody would disagree with that, but it's not happening because it's amazing how many people, as recently as, I don't know, a year or two ago, thought the NCAA controlled every aspect of college football. It does not. It has a rule book, you know, and if you get an extra benefit, they'll knock on your door, or you got to wait 6 months to decide if a running back that enrolls from Utah State to South Carolina is going to get an extra year of eligibility. That's what the NCAA does. But when it comes to how football is run in every aspect and the common sense decisions that you would think would be made if you had a czar, you don't have a czar. And you're not going to get one because everybody is after their own best interest. It's like you're not going to ever have McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, Zaxby's, I don't know, think of another one, all get Sonic, all get together and meet once a month to work to figure out the best way to serve all the customers. Hell no. McDonald's wants Burger King and Wendy's to get out of business, and they'll do everything in their power to have a better product, and they want domination of the whole fast food market. Well, Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti could give two you-know-whats about the Big 12 or the G5 or the ACC. Everyone is looking after their own best interest, and that's not changing, and nobody's going to step in and go, well, wait a minute now, guys, I'm the czar. You will all listen to me. Good luck with that.
Well, I'll add this. I don't know, like if you want to find a way to implement especially the traditional bowls, you know, that were like rotating through the BCS, talking about the Sugar Bowl, the Orange Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl, and the Rose Bowl. Why not make those the conference championship sites for the 4 P4s and just make those part of the playoff? So the first round, if you're in your conference championship game, that is the first round of the playoffs. If you win that, then it goes to, you know, home field advantage for the top seed all the way until you get to the national championship game.
I'll say that. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll say this too. If you don't want to, this is one thing they do in the NFL, and they do it in high school too, because region champs get home field. You want to, instead of us conference title games, you automatically get a home game if you win in the first round. If you get if you win the conference title.
Oh,
that's worth.
That's
a financial incentive. That's a financial incentive for the school. That's a incentive for the players. That's an incentive for the fans to show up and cheer their butts off. I think that's good. And like JB said, maybe you could take care of the bowls that way. You give the bowls a preseason bowl and then rotate the conference title games. I don't know what the Big Ten's going to do, but frankly, I don't give a damn. But
you can reseed it. I mean, you can play the conference championship games as the first round of the playoff, and the other 8 teams that qualified for those teams are in. And if you're going to 16, then you got 8 other teams that you got to put in there. Well, guess what? They get an off week because they're not playing in conference championship games, and then the conference championship winners, they get they advance. They get an off week, and then they're reseeded as the top 4 seeds. And then those other 8 teams, they're playing the second week, and then those 4 teams advance to play the 4 championship teams that won their leagues. I don't think it's really that complicated. I mean, you could, I know that the Rose Bowl doesn't want to give up New Year's Day, but screw the Rose Bowl. Do you want to keep the game or not? If you do, then it's going to be the conference championship game for this league, period.
Can we talk about one of the pink elephants in the room, and that is if Miami defeats Ole Miss, this will be the third consecutive year that the national championship game will not have an SEC team in it.
Yeah.
And you know what everybody is saying elsewhere. Well, I mean, now that everybody can buy players, you just lost your advantage. That's what Big Ten fans are saying, ACC fans are saying, Big 12 fans are saying. I mean, it's like, I didn't think, regardless of the setup, we would go 3 consecutive years of not seeing an SEC team in the title game. But we very well could see it if Miami knocks off Ole Miss.
Yeah, we could. Does it mean it's the demise of the league? I think the league, to be honest with you, I think it's kind of eaten itself a little bit. Their sense of urgency in the last few years, constant movement with players and coaches. Like, I do think there is something to that, Mike, what you said, as far as everybody being able to get players. I mean, but Ole Miss was at one of those teams, and they're in the SEC, and they're in the Final Four. So, I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, there's two big spenders that spent under the table before this all happened, that are in the Final Four. And Ohio State certainly was not a paragon of virtue and above board spending before the NIL. And neither was Michigan. And then Michigan and some other kind of underhanded things they did. There's a reason the great programs have been great. They take care of their players, wink, wink, nod, nod. Now, has it helped Indiana? Yeah, we would never have seen Indiana, Alabama, and all that. But people have to keep in mind, that you have Oregon has always done a good job taking care of their players. So is Miami. Maybe Ole Miss too, if you go back 10 years. I mean, so let's not. And another thing too, what I want to know, Georgia's won the championship the last 2 seasons in the SEC. And then they didn't in 2023 when I think they were a better team than that Alabama team. That Georgia team was really good, just lost to Alabama by a field goal, and then were denied a playoff berth. So what if Georgia hadn't had to take 30 days off or 31 because they moved the game back again because of the shooting in New Orleans when they played Notre Dame? And then what if Georgia, who was red hot after beating the crap out of Bama finally, what if they had to wait 30 days and then play a team that they had already beaten that was fresh and motivated, and they still only lost by? So, I mean, and the people that – and I'm fine. I'm gonna swallow it if they say – I'll say, yeah, SEC championships is what matters. But I'll say this. People that use bowl games and bowl game records because I said the bowl game record of the ACC last year is terrible. That doesn't mean they're terrible. They're terrible because they're terrible. But the bowl game records, so many opt-outs and stuff, the same people that made Leonard Fournette into a national hero 10 years ago to start this opt-out madness, that guy, you think they built a statue and shrine to give him the Purple Heart because he did it. Now everybody opts out. It's the cool thing to do. It's like pee in your pants. Remember about Billy Madison? Pee in your pants is cool. Call me Miles Davis. Well, there's a lot of Miles Davises out there peeing their pants and opting out of bowl games. And it's heroic. The same people, the same people in the media are now like using bowl game records to prop up the Big Ten. I'm like, well, who opted out? That's who cares more about this game? That kind of thing. I'm not saying all the bowl game results are that way, but you do have to admit it's not the same team that you played with in the regular season. Well, so how can you judge a conference's strength based on that?
I don't care about
the bowl same game thing earlier this week. No, Mike. I mean, are we just going to discount the SEC's like 14-5 record against everybody else in the regular season?
Yeah, I mean,
that doesn't matter?
Right. I mean, I don't get bent out of shape that Tennessee lost its bowl game and Vandy lost its bowl game.
5-7 Mississippi State lost to a 9-win.
Yeah, I mean, Texas worked over Michigan pretty good in that fourth quarter. I think Arch Manning is still running all over that defense. But that doesn't – people – those games are fun, and as I've always pointed out, they're TV filler. They're programming on days that there's nothing else going on, so I hope they don't go away. But what people are going to remember are the playoff teams. Who got in? How'd they do when they got there? This is football's version of March Madness. And the SEC is getting teams in, but I don't think we've seen a great SEC team now in the last couple of years. We've seen a lot of good ones, but we haven't seen Georgia 21-22 where they stockpile just dude after dude after dude. Now it's just hard to do that here. But when I thought with JC,
you never
when I
will.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
never going to.
Here's the thing that people have a hard time, because I can't tell you how many people thought Alabama was going to work over Indiana, from Josh Pate to 20 other national guys, basically saying that Alabama was going to slap them. At the end of the day, it was the complete opposite. It was Alabama didn't belong in the same field as Indiana did. And so, JC, to go back to your part of your background and evaluations, people look at that and they say, how can Indiana rise from the ashes? And even with the portal, they don't have a bunch of 5 stars. They've struck gold with quarterbacks 2 years in a row, and that's a huge part of it. But how can an Indiana just work over a team like Alabama that crushes it in recruiting, crushes it in the portal, has lineage, has great coaching, supposedly? How does that happen?
Because they care. And the other thing about Indiana, it's not just heart and desire. I mean, Illinois State played with a lot of heart and desire the other night. They step on the field with Alabama, they're getting their asses cut. Although they did hold preseason Heisman Trophy winner John Batir in Oklahoma under 40 points in Norman at the beginning of the year. Go Redbirds. But it's not just that. They're very, very well coached. It was either Alabama or Ohio State won. One of their players on offense talked about Indiana's defensive scheme. They're like, they put you in a blender. Now, I'm visualizing a blender, Jimmy Buffett playing in the background. And I'm like, as an offensive player, if you feel like you're in a blender, I've never really heard it described that way. And then their offense is almost 90% RPO. And if you watch, I've said this before, I watched this clip. They're playing Maryland. And they snap the ball, and Mendoza reads the defense. RPO is a run-pass option for those that want to know. And it's heavy RPO. It's not like Kendall Browse is 80% RPO. This is 95. It's like kind of like the option. So anyway, the whole Maryland defense shifts to his right. There's a hole big enough to drive a truck through that not only does Mendoza walk in the end zone, his offensive guard, who's leading the way, is right there next to him. It's like chariots of fire. You know, they're running back beside each other, slapping each other on the back. And that's about a 9-yard touchdown. And if you execute that at a high level, and if your players play at a high level, and I do think there's players through the recruiting and portal process that were underappreciated. They were probably better than people thought, especially those kids from James Madison. James Madison's still pretty damn good, right? And so I think it's a combination of things with them. But because Alabama can't just stockpile a bunch of 5 stars and then they can always leave, so you can't keep them there and develop them, you know, and 30% of their class walks out the door chasing another bag every year. Probably not as deep. They had issues at running back. And quite frankly, a lot of the Power 4 teams don't stay focused all the time. And they don't know how to handle adversity. Even Ohio State, which won it all easily last year, man, they lost 2 games they had no business losing in the regular season. Notre Dame, who looked as good as anybody in the playoff last year, who was focused and dialed in, they lost to Northern Illinois at home.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and yes, from an observer standpoint, it's great because we got new teams and it's fun and all that. But you watch the quality of play and the desire and how we remember the game. And even in the NFL, because contracts, ironically enough, are not guaranteed. So that's why you have guys busting their ass when the Giants play the Cowboys at the end of the year, ruining top draft picks and such, because that's their job, right? There's no motivation for college players other than love of the game. And if you want to win, which not everybody does, they're not going to lose their job. If things don't work out, well, okay, coach, I'll get my agent to call up Texas Tech and I'll go make $1 million because I was a 5-star in high school. I mean, you know, I'm not coming down on players getting paid or anything like that. Like I said yesterday, I'm just saying that this is very eye-opening. And it hit me like a ton of bricks when I'm watching an FCS football game. There's not one guy on that field that'll probably play in the NFL, not one guy, because that talent level has gone down. That's like watching, but the way they played the game and the competitiveness and it was a great game on top of that. But that's just how I remember college football being. And with the power schools and even the group of fives, it's rare that you see that these days, even in close games. It's just kind of rare. So
and that's why it's easy to pull for Indiana. Like this Curt Cignetti situation is the most fascinating collegiate coaching experiment or story of certainly of my lifetime at the college football level. Like everybody talks about Lane Kiffin and all the drama. Lane Kiffin wouldn't even if Indiana called him a couple of years ago as bad as they were, he would have laughed and never picked up the phone. Like Curt Cignetti was like, give them to me. They're the worst program in the history of the sport. I'll win there. Google me. And look at it. They're one win from a national championship.
He's going to get a lot of guys fired.
Absolutely.
Right now.
He already is, I think, right?
Yes.
And without NIL in the portal, he would be hoping to get to the Mayo Bowl the next year, But the portal allowed him to bring players he was comfortable with, allowed him to go evaluate. And then what it also does is it takes away from the schools that seem unbeatable, because it's still really easy. Now, Indiana's portal class this year, they've cycled up a little bit. And they've gotten some, like Nick Marsh from Michigan State that everybody wanted and some other dudes. They've got a good on-paper portal class with recognizable, proven players. They've got money there. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm not going to count Curt Cignetti out, but with better talent, more proven players, better talent on paper. But it'll be interesting to see if they play the same way. Maybe they drop a few games next year, whatever.
Dude, they just got more money too because Mark Cuban is invested. So
yeah,
he's a IU alum, isn't he?
Oh yeah. The whole reason Mark Cuban became a billionaire is because he graduated Indiana. He wanted to hear Indiana basketball games out of state, right? So he invented broadcast.com, which if you remember at the time was hotter than hotcakes because you could listen. It was before there was streaming and what we're doing now. You could go on to broadcast.com and get all these things remotely and listen to them on your computer. That was Cuban's invention. Yep. So you took a guy, pretty ordinary guy, and made him a billionaire, and then he buys the Mavericks, goes Shark Tank, and sometimes becomes insufferably obnoxious. But nevertheless, he's got the cash to do it. But to go back to Indiana, they're not outspending these last 2 years. They didn't outspend the elite of the elite in the SEC. I'm not sure if they outspent the middle of the SEC. I mean, they evaluated, they coached them up, they got 2 quarterbacks that fit his system and made all the right plays. I had a hard time filling out that Heisman ballot. I feel real good about voting Mendoza now. That kid has been friggin' clutch.
Dude, he's
special. Commands the huddle. Friggin', who would not want to play with that kid?
Easy to pull for. He's
like easy. Just a great story. The way he conducts himself, like that's beautiful. But yeah, maybe they take a step back next year. I don't know if they go to 3 consecutive playoffs, but hell, Cignetti has proven, and Indiana has proven, you don't have to be a blue blood to be invited to this party.
You're right about that. We'll talk a lot about the playoffs tomorrow because they are tomorrow. Tomorrow night, as a matter of fact. Pete Golding minus a couple of assistants in Miami. And that'll tee up the Friday night game between Oregon and Indiana. I'm all out of words.
Tattoos, a lot of gold chains going to be storming Glendale.
Poor. I need to call Chef Will out there and see if he's making it or not. All right, Mike, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
thanks to Hale, and congratulations, Gamecock basketball, on your first SEC win of the year, as we talked about. Boys, best of luck to you. Let's see.
For over 80 years, the West Law Firm has delivered hard work, honest advice, and real results, and is a law firm built on family that delivers for families in South Carolina. They represent clients through personal injury, criminal defense, car, DUI, and boating accidents, and more. Built on blue collar, representing blue collar, the West Law Firm understands the importance of dedication and experience needed for representation, but with a foxhole mentality. Visit westlawfirmsc.com. westlawfirmsc.com. Get comfortable with our team and learn why we should be a part of yours when you need us. Go Gamecocks!
I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
It's the end of the model year, and you know what that means at JT's Kia, huge holiday savings.
Up to $10,000 off brand new JT's Kias. We've never had discounts like that.
Drive a new Kia Sorento just $199 a month, or a 2026 Kia Sportage just $159 a month.
Better quality, better warranty, and thousands less than other imports.
No matter your credit, JT can help you get it.
Year-end savings, so you better hurry.
I-77 at Killian Road.
JT's Kia.
Kia Season of New Tradition Sales Event.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience and service, second to none. Residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell him Mike sent you.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McSheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show, firing off here on a wide open Wednesday. We are live from the mountains to the sea, from the great state of South Carolina, of course, and nationwide and worldwide via the internet. I am Phil Mad Dog Mullinax here, cutting through the orange fog of the upstate of South Carolina. He is JC Sherbert, of course, from points unknown, probably chillier than where we are down here because we're experiencing a bit of a heat wave, JC. But hey, today we've got Dan Hannum is going to join us at in about half an hour or so, and we will talk some transfers, NIL. He's put together a big board of his own for Carolina transfers, which would be interesting to see, get his opinion on it. If you missed it, Hale McGranahan of thebigspur.com also was on the morning show this morning to give us a full breakdown of where he sees things. So looks like the faucet has turned on, JC, for Carolina, actually getting some players from the transfer portal. It's still early in the process, though, and sometimes we have to kind of reframe our thinking about that, and that you're not falling behind if 3 days into this thing you haven't gotten a roster full of, potential 4-star players.
Yeah. It's
and
crazy.
then another 9 days to go. Yeah.
Well, we analyze it to death every day. Everybody's coming back off break, and you want to have something. Once again, the calendar is not ideal, and you have about 40 or 50 guys that they're either big name recruits or they're known players at like the Power 4 level. And then everybody else, and the media folks, they tend to talk about those players, and then those players oftentimes know exactly where they're going and go to certain schools, and you see Lane Kiffin, who's I'm convinced is bored, right down there, and it concerns people, and it's like you see, but normally, at South Carolina too, South Carolina normally does not start off like gangbusters in the portal as far as, we got 6 guys by the 3rd day. It's usually like, this is not something that hasn't happened every year. There's been a transfer portal where people are like, what are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? And this year the time feels condensed and stuff like that. So I understand, but it's still nice to get folks, because we're sitting there analyzing it. We're like, well, there's 10 scholarship offensive linemen, and 3 of them are true freshmen. One of them's like Darius Gray's not coming until because of Virginia graduation or whatever. He's not coming until the summer.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah. So you're like, oh gosh, you're sitting there wondering how you're going to practice. But like I've said, there's a plan in place, and they're having conversations. And I'm not saying it's easy. There's a lot of hard work that's been in, a lot of moving parts, obviously. But it's certainly, to me, I know a lot of people like the kid from Iowa State, Brendan Black, that went to Nebraska. My favorite early interior guy was Carter Miller, though. That dude,
that
dude looks like an extra from what's it called? Lord Sons of Anarchy.
Yes.
Or Ozark. I mean, that's a tough guy, He said they're doing an interview. He's like, my tattoo artist did that. He's an old Tennessee boy. I like him. He's my kind of. He's an OKG. He's our kind of guy. And so and he's mean, and he doesn't give up sacks. Right. I think he's had 2,000 career snaps and given up 2 sacks in his career. And I think we could all we would all drop to our knees in prayer and be thankful if Carolina had an offensive line that did not give up sacks, and so would Lenore Sellers. So that's good. And he's played center most of the time, so he's used to snapping the ball, used to being in some up-tempo offenses and things like that, RPO game, things like that, because he was at James Madison with Signetti. And then this big monster guy that they got from Purdue, I don't think anybody would, that's listened to me. I'm not saying something you don't now love. The Big Ten. We've had a lot of discussion about the Big Ten today, obviously, but they do linemen right. Like KFC used to be what we do chicken right.
Yeah, right.
I don't agree with that anymore, by the way, but with KFC. But offensive linemen in the Big Ten are good. This cat's from Kansas initially. Big body for sure, 6'5", 360, but he's worked and worked and worked. Made an impact as a freshman at UNLV, came to Purdue, and toward the back part of the year, he was starting. Seems to move around pretty well for that size of guy. Not a big fat guy either. Just a big
massive dude. Yeah, right. Yeah.
He's like that. What's that robot called? Not the one from Star Wars at Disney, but the big white one with I think it's from Wall-E. I don't know. The big robot, the big Disney robot. Somebody let me know.
Oh, anyway, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Big Hero.
It's not
6.
BB-8. Hero 6. That's it.
Yeah, Big Hero 6. Yeah.
Dude, yeah. Hank Purvis. That's his name. Hank Purvis. That's a hell of a name too.
Hank Purvis. Yeah, that's a good football name.
Like a country. It's either a football name or a country and west. Both those guys sound like country artists.
Right.
I'm gonna go to the Hank Purvis concert.
Yeah, that's right. Let's head on down to the Hank Purvis concert. I got his tickets.
I went there and saw Kenny Chesney and Carter Miller open for him and played that song.
I remember I caught Hank Purvis at the Orange Peel in Asheville before he hit it big.
Oh man. It is a wide open Wednesday on Inside the Gamecocks, the show in the ITG chat box. Even after my little talk yesterday, there's been no biters, no takers for the chat box much.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm half joking, but half not. I do think it's a good deal for a business that's trying to get branding and all that. But anyway, Ethan is always in on Wide Open Wednesday, and we appreciate Ethan. Thank you, Ethan. This is the difference is a lot of teams in NIL go all in on football and other sports get left out. The SEC has plenty of money to go around for all their sports. Yeah, it's been interesting in that regard. I do think basketball, I think baseball specifically in the SEC, this past offseason, some of these schools that have been spending quite a bit as far as baseball goes, they didn't, is my understanding this time around. So we'll see. But yeah, you're right. And the Big Ten doesn't have to worry about baseball. Some of the schools play hockey and they really support it, but it's basically basketball. And the Big Ten has more revenue because of their network television deal. It's not by a bunch, but per school, so they got more rev share. And keep in mind too, with the Big Ten schools, folks, those schools have most of them on average have maybe not quite twice as many students as your average SEC state supported school, but it's up there. These are even, not Northwestern, but even like Indiana is an enormous school. Iowa has 50, 60,000 students.
Yeah.
Purdue is a gigantic school. Illinois is huge. Those are those big land grant schools that were built all kind of around the same time, and they're all enormous with loads of alumni across the country. So that helps when you're talking about funds and money, and the more alums you have, the more fans you have. And if you have a collective, you can, the more $5 a month things you can get, and that adds up.
Yeah.
So they do have money, but this whole notion. Now look, I'm going to say this. The really good Big Ten schools have always recruited like SEC schools. And I think it's a little disingenuous with as many scandals and things that have gone on at the various campuses in the Big Ten for them to be like, y'all can't pay players anymore, so you're not any good anymore. That's not really the case.
Yeah.
But I will say when they finally interviewed Coach O, he kind of let the cat out of the bag.
Mm-hmm.
They ran that theory by me. So, oh, I'm just gonna say this: what we paid now and what we paid then. Oh, I'm like, jeez, can't take this guy anywhere. That's right.
Oh, that's right.
Cool canes, But so I think it's a little disingenuous. But Jay Fruit said watching Feinbaum yesterday, he couldn't figure out why Alabama fans were upset. But Feinbaum was the one that thought. I mean, I don't know. Sir James mentions Kurt Signetti's the best coach in the country. I think he's got to be right now.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say this: it is really good coaching, but it's not like their players don't know their players deserve credit too.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could have a great coach, and if your players, I mean, I think Kalen DeBoer is a great coach. Look at what he did before, but now in this era, I think Kurt Signetti knows the right kind of guys to get into his program that he can coach up. The word coachable comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just talent evaluation. You have to be successful in the mental evaluation as well. And I think the thing that separates Indiana, and you brought this up yesterday, is that looks like a team full of players who hate losing, and just play their butts off every time they hit the field. And, the numbers for that roster, like the payroll, if you will, is probably not as high as truly anybody left in the playoff. Maybe Ole Miss would be probably kind of close, I would imagine, within striking distance, but it's not, you can guarantee that it's not what, Ohio State, Georgia, Texas Tech obviously is the one that comes to mind, and that it's just, money flows out of the faucet down there.
Yeah.
And, so he's making the right decisions. Now, again, your theory from yesterday again is we'll see. We will have to see. Not that we're doubting Kurt Signetti, but now that they're getting these top tier players, that are ranked on these national platforms from the transfer portal, is he still making the right mental evaluations, or, are we kind of, just trying to get as much talent on this team as we can? So it'll be interesting. It says early returns, right? We still don't know. This is still, there's only been 5 years of NIL and transfer portal. So there's no real data to mine here.
Yeah. There's no trend there's some, now Indiana, we got 2 years now of seeing them really good, but, and Jay Fru's right. They dog walked. Ethan Chump comes back in. It's interesting to see a school dominate in one sport and switch to another. Yeah, the schools that are known for one sport, you're going to have your Ohio States of the world.
Yeah.
Florida obviously has had success in all sports. Texas is supposed to be good in all sports, that kind of thing. But okay, so who are your basketball schools that also play football? Kansas,
yeah,
not very good in football.
No.
Like really bad.
Yeah, right.
Duke, who actually has been pretty good the last 4 or 5 years in the ACC. So why is Kansas bad in football? Well, because Kansas State found out how to win being a football team in Kansas where there's no talent, by recruiting JUCOs and things like that. Kansas never figured that out. They're a basketball school. They didn't emphasize football. They have a good coach right now. That's Lance Leopold that keeps them above water, so to speak. And then they had Mangino back in the day, who missed that guy every day. But so that's why hasn't Duke been good at football since the 30s, or great at football since the 30s? They're a small private school located around 2 behemoth state schools. Not behemoths, but good-sized state schools that do care about football. They're right next to each other. They don't have their alumni are spread across the country. You need numbers for football. For everything from players to fans. I mean, football is a bigger sport than basketball, right? So they emphasize basketball. They've always been good at it. Why isn't Kentucky good at football? Kentucky's not good at football, not because of fan support. It's because of their state, because that state does not produce a lot of players, and because they're in the freaking SEC. Kentucky probably have a pretty good little winning football program if they were in another state.
Mm-hmm.
Why UCLA? And then you have your UCLAs and North Carolinas. They've been good at football through the years because they're kind of in good shape. UNC, a lot of folks in the sport of football wonder why they're not better. Plenty of talent in the state. It's a big brand nationally. They're in the ACC. I can't figure it out. UCLA has been good at times through the years of football. Not as good as their crosstown rival, but they're in Los Angeles, California. I mean, I don't think people understand how much football talent is in LA.
Right.
You know, and it's UCLA. So that brings you to Indiana. So it's a lot like Kansas in the sense that there's no talent in the state.
No, low population density.
Yeah,
it's not the prime spot
it's a
for
basketball.
football.
You know, basketball is kind of a way of life in Indiana, and I bet most Indiana fans would still tell you that. You know, they're probably sitting there at the tailgate for the football game at the Rose Bowl time. Like, yeah, what's this kid over from Hickory Stick or whatever the hell? Boy, he can really shoot.
Yeah, he can shoot. Yeah, that's right. Boy, he's a shooter.
I mean, it's Indiana basketball, and they've always been good, you know. So football is just it's hard. You know, those states right there, Kentucky, Indiana, you know, they're not. I drive through them whenever I go to South Carolina. Trust me, they're basketball states, but they're also sparsely populated. They don't have a lot of football talent. They like football just fine. I mean, Notre Dame is in the state of Indiana. I mean, it's in the northern part, but you know, so that makes like whereas it would have been a North Carolina, UCLA, even Kentucky, if they caught fire in the SEC and got to the playoff or whatever, you know, Indiana doing it to me is about like Kansas doing it.
Right.
Very similar. And I don't know that Kansas, because guess who played? Gale Sayers played at Kansas. You guys know who he is. So there's been some history there way back when.
But that's long time ago.
I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But anyway. But Harrison points out that yes, Indiana is the new Alabama, because what Alabama, they would make teams quit, and it looked like a reverse. You're right. So Harrison points out Ohio State in 2024 was also a Marcus Satterfield play calling blunder at the goal line from losing to Nebraska and Columbus. Yeah. You know what Indiana did to that Nebraska team? They beat them 56-7. And that was not a good Indiana team. It was a function of schedule. Bruin says Stone Furry commits. That's Mike Furry's son. Really good little player. He's like, I'm assuming as a walk-on. I don't know. You can give more scholarships now, so maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they expanded the scholarship. Ethan mentions Vandy was impressive. Yes. Quantrell says, send Darla Moore a you up text. So, Queen of the Cox's wife officially knows every word to clowns are people too. I was working on the new intro video the other day, and it played, and my wife heard it. And we're going to work, and she's like, I'm mad at you. I'm like, well, she's like, that song's in my head. She doesn't like clowns. And that was part of my inspiration to write the song.
Right.
And when we started doing the show, I was like, well, Phil calls us the clowns. And I was like, well, Nat hates clowns. And then I was like, well, but clowns are people too. I wrote it a lot to get on her nerves as well.
It's funny. We were riding around in the mountains over the break and got to a point where cell service was bad. So, you know, you got to switch over if you're on Bluetooth to, you know, whatever's on your downloaded stuff. And all of the Chief stuff started playing. Clowns for People 2 came up. Mr. Bones came on the thing. I was like, oh, man, it's like, I feel like I'm back at work.
That's crazy.
I know. Yeah, it is wild that it's on my phone now.
Clint's thirsty. It's not Thirsty Thursday, Clint. Clint's thirsty for some Portal news.
Thirsty for Portal news.
I have it almost. We have a Chief sports call coming up after this, and then I got to pick up my wife from work today because she had to go back to the office today for the first time in weeks.
Yeah,
and I got to cook dinner. So I'll be sitting here, and this dam of potential commitments will burst, and
I'll
have my head on a swivel. Swivel. Anyway, I was reading an email had John Whittle's name in it. I said, Swiddle.
Swiddle.
What's up, Swiddle? Roger said, hello, JC and Phil. Happy New Year. I could have sworn Boaz Stanley was playing center for Montana State Monday night. Yeah, let's be nice. Roger for Woodruff, though. Wolverines.
That's right.
Wolverines. Krager said, anything you can share about Josiah? I'm not worried about it, just to be honest. He's not in the portal yet. There has been some discussion about, maybe this wasn't a good idea. Do I think it could be repaired and he could come back? Yes. Do I think Carolina should be okay at tackle? Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to lose the potential. I think Preston said it well yesterday. It was like, production wise, you're not going to miss him from what he did last year, but the potential under the new system is very high. So yeah, you want to keep a guy like that around because he's got the physical traits that you're going to pay dearly for to replace.
Yes. Krager asked if we've ever had a 360-pound lineman. Nick Sharp was close.
Yeah, he was a big boy.
Big old boy. Baymax.
Baymax was the name.
Baymax, dude. Thank you, Harrison.
Yeah, Big Hero 6 was the movie. Baymax was the name of the robot.
Yeah. Sir James says, I saw the guy from Purdue has no neck, so we'll take all the no neck guys we get. Yeah, neither Carter Miller, the UCF kid, doesn't have a neck either. There's lots of tats. Bobby says you have to be nicer to Purdue because of the offensive lineman and Bobby. I don't dislike Purdue. I don't think there's much talent in many ways on that campus.
Yeah. Right.
And I also I just still think Purdue Pete's terrifying. I put him in funny things in the videos to make me less scared of him. Somebody described him as that's the last thing you see before you die. Purdue Pete. Chaco mentions Coach Furry's son committed. He's a really good little player. Don't count him out. I mean, he's a good player. Really good player. Lance says he may have gotten himself into a drinking competition with Hank Purvis. You're going to lose, Lance.
That's right, Lance. I may give him the edge, buddy.
I will give him the edge. Quantrell says, JC, did you see the rumor with Sorsby getting a lifetime 1% royalty on all oil and gas in West Texas if he wins the championship next season? 1%? That could of all. I mean, there's probably some companies that aren't Texas Tech people that operate out there.
Yeah. Right.
So I don't think maybe that specifically. Maybe it is a oil and gas company.
You got to think. I mean, the big nationwide oil companies are still out there, not beholden to anybody and not giving anybody any of their profits for NIL deals.
Yeah. I mean, I watched Landman the other day. So I've learned a lot about the oil and gas industry. Dimitri chimes in on the Nana Sports Show. Josiah Thompson's coming back. Is that rumor true? It could happen. It's to be determined as of last time I checked.
The door is not fully closed at this time.
The door's not closed. I wouldn't count on it, but it could happen. TC Gamecock said, let Purvis play offense and defense. I put him on field goal block team. Marion mentions that Burns hired Schuler Bentley, Bobby's son, as the OC. Yes.
I remember Schuler being the quarterback out there, man.
Yeah, boy, I was fired up to see that last night. That was very good. It was like a night of good news last night. And so I'm fired up. I'm fired up about that. Got a great respect for Bobby and Schuler and Jake and the whole family. Chase Dodd, his oldest son, Brooks, their youngest, and Paulette. I almost call her Claudette. Paulette, his wife, very nice people. You guys know I'm a huge Bobby Bentley fan, and not because he's a great play caller and a great coach and all that he is, but he's a leader of leaders, leader of men, if you will. And just happy for him and his whole family anytime something good happens to them. And I think that's good. And frankly, I think it's good for Burns High School too. I think that's a good deal for Burns.
Yeah. I mean, they are football royalty at that school. I mean, the best.
I used to have this old coach, and shoot, I don't even know if he's still alive or not, named Tommy Lewis Woodward. He was old school. He'd smoke those Marlboro Reds out, sneak them out in the parking lot. He was my basketball
Wearing those bike shorts.
and he went to Burns, and he'd come out there like, Ben, you're going to go out there and show some rebel pride today. If you don't show that rebel pride, you ain't going to win. Ain't going to win. His wife was my biology teacher. And in her class, everything's connecting now, Phil.
Right.
That's where I got the inspiration to write Mr. Bones.
Mr. Bones.
That's where Mr. Bones was at in Miss Woodward's 10th grade biology class, Burns High School. But very happy for that. Very happy for that. You know, this is the direct quote from Coach O. We used to bring the money in through the back door, now we come through the front door. The Queen of the Cocks mentions the 24/7 sports talent composite. Indiana 74th, according to that. That just means their recruiting rankings were down. I think they're at least top 10 as far as good football players, talent roster in the country. Yeah. Bruin says Boaz is considered the 6th best interior offensive lineman in the portal. Meanwhile, the guy from Purdue was 54th, who is scouting these players. They need to work on the transfer portal rankings.
Yeah. All the major sites have got flaws in their transfer rankings and their high school rankings, for that matter.
Ethan mentions an elite center or left tackle fixes the offense quicker. I'm going with center just because of the issues they have there, and I don't see anybody on the roster right now that can play it, unless Darius Gray can snap. And then you're a true freshman, which has happened with guys like Darius. They can do it. So I'm going to go with center as far as it's applicable to South Carolina. Obviously, left tackle is a higher position value, but I think, so you could still leave Surratt at tackle. You could bring Shivers along. You've got Demola Ajidahoon. Marquis Anderson, if healthy, could slide out and play tackle in a pinch. Would it be ideal? No, not even close. But if you don't have a center or you struggle at that spot, number one, you're not going to get lined up quick enough. Number two, people are going to be coming right up the gut at you. And number three, that position of all the offensive line positions was just so shockingly disastrous last year that I think we all got spoiled with Vershawn Lee and Nick Gargiulo and those guys. And Eric Douglas, quite frankly, Eric Douglas was not, I think he may have gotten a cup of coffee in the NFL, but he's just a good, solid college player. But he knew what to do, and he didn't make mistakes.
Yeah.
So anyway, blah, 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 blah. Tiffany says, JC, your next venture, ranking the portal. You can build a media company that does that. Yeah. So that's it. Noah says, think we're going to more of an air raid version of Brow system with more receiver transfers and the O-line grading better with pass blocking. Nah, this system's designed to run the football, and you got Sellers back there that's going to run it some. So I think it'll be. I think it'll be more of the. I think it'll be more balanced than what he did at TCU. As far as that goes. CC China Rider says Eli Ellis played his nards off last night. Stats did not blow up the box score, but he is a solid contributor. I'd argue he should be the starter at point guard. I love the way he plays when he plays. I think he hit a little bit of he hit a wall like freshmen do. But last night was good. When he drilled at the 3 in the second half, I thought that was huge for him.
Right. There at the end of the game, because that basically put it away, right? It was out of reach at that point. I'm like, that's critical. That's good. So, yeah, I don't know. I still got mixed emotions about this basketball team. But seeing what we did last night, it was like, okay, that's how it works.
Yes. So, Quay Sheed Scott, Krager said he's coming. I don't know if that news is out there or not. He's from Marion, Kentucky guy. So we'll see if that's happened, but I do feel really good about it. And there's your answer at nickel, like we've been saying.
Yeah.
Dan the Man when's Dan the Man joining us right now?
He's right now. Yeah, we're going to hit a quick. God. I got a quick break to hit here, and we'll hit Dan right up.
I like to give everybody a nickname, so I've nicknamed him Dan the Man. Dan Hannum, recruiting. Maybe not a guru now, but could be someday, and certainly loves it. And I love getting Dan's opinion on things. And we're going to get him in. You're going to see more and more of Dan moving forward, and a lot of Dan with clothes on. Just want to make sure you know that.
Yeah,
You're not going to see that
necessarily. Yeah,
this is a family show. But we'll see Dan right after this. Don't forget to go to D's Wings because you can get, I forgot to say this, 18 wings, pitcher of beer, $29. D's, ample parking. You know the drill, delicious food. Back after this with Dan the Man on the show.
Wishing you a joyful and prosperous 2026 from the Chief Sports Network and our friends at the West Law Firm. Happy New Year, Gamecocks.
So, Mason, what do you focus on in the law? My answer to that is I'm a personal injury lawyer. I like to help people that are injured as a result of somebody else's negligence or in a workers' compensation matter get back to normal. That's where my passion is. But what I want everyone out there to understand is more important to me is that I'm your trusted resource for any problem that you may have.
Visit westlawfirmsc.com.
At Moultrie Insurance, our agents are working for you. Our commercial lines of coverage are well-sourced and intimately chosen. We offer commercial lines of coverage such as business owners, umbrella, property, auto, or general liability coverage, and evaluate every option to find what fits you best. Like a good offensive coordinator, we will draw up the plays, but only run with what you feel comfortable. Get in touch with our quarterback, Perry Orth, or our head coach, Frank, by visiting MoultrieINS.com. MoultrieINS.com. Moultrie Insurance, proud supporters of the South Carolina Gamecocks.
This is a breaking news event. We now have boiled peanuts without the shells.
Sorry, Alex. Did you say boiled peanuts without the shells?
Yes, boiled peanuts. No shells. Go to GameDayNuts.net and order them for Game Day.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show, rolling into the second hour of the show here on a wide open Wednesday. Hop on in to the YouTube chat box. It is free today. Normally, you got to be a club chief member, which, of course, we would always appreciate you joining, and that it kind of helps support our efforts as well as help support NIL efforts at Carolina. But we are joined now by Dan Hannum, who's going to give us a peek at his big board with these transfers that he's got rolling on 24/7 right now. And Dan, welcome in, man. Good to have you back.
What's going on, guys? Good to see you.
Yeah, man, for sure, for sure. A lot of buzz flying around here early in this portal period. How do you feel from the Carolina perspective right now? Are things kind of on pace where they need to be right now, Dan, or do people really need to kind of feel a bit nervous and worried? You know, because that's where our default is right now, because the names aren't flying into the roster.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say a little bit of both. You know, I think I've said on the board that I'm skeptically optimistic, and I think there's been more optimism lately than skepticism. But, you know, it's hard to judge something that's currently ongoing, you know, as it moves, because you're just going to naturally not be able to like time the right, you know, perspective. But when I look at it today, I mean, what are we? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We're, you know, coming into day 6. We're currently outside of the top 50 in team rankings and 14th out of 16 teams in the SEC. You know, and that's just on paper. Again, that's just like a context point. That's rankings in a ranking system that, you know, have to give props to Cooper and the rest of the 24/7 team for. But there's no way, an individual or a small team are sifting through, 4,000 or 5,000 kids and giving them accurate rankings. So it's hard to put too much weight directly into those rankings, but I think it gives you a decent kind of viewpoint if you're a rankings buff like I am. And, so I think there's definitely some things to be excited about. We have some known commitments, and, some of them are very exciting to look at, especially on paper, and especially to see kind of how they may slot in, especially on the O-line. But, there's still some chatter. There's some news. I haven't seen too much today. I think the only real Carolina-related news that I've seen today is Stone Furry, the son of Coach Furry, our wide receivers coach, has committed to South Carolina, and he'll be joining the team and actually moving in today. So that's more of a high school update than portal. So there's some portal activity. I think Hale was on earlier and talked about some of the visitors that have come to campus, that are currently on campus, and that are planning in the next couple of days. So there's targets out there, and there's still some time left, and so there's question marks for sure. But I'm not hitting panic just yet.
I mean, okay, so there's visits. There's people on campus right now. There's a chunk of them, and Quashid Scott, the nickel from Kentucky. I agree with everybody. I've said it. I think that's nickel is important. I think he's a nickel in Carolina's defense. He can cover. He can hit. Probably should have come to Carolina to begin with, but went to Kentucky, played well, developed. Mark Stoops that's kind of his specialty, is the secondary. So he gets the most out of those guys. I know their secondary when they played Carolina wasn't any good, but heck, they got better. He had a 55-yard interception return against Florida when they massacred the Gators. You want to talk about a team that just was collecting a check at that point? That was the Florida Gators. But I think that I think you watch him. He's an in-state kid. I would be surprised if he went elsewhere right now. Bryant Williams, the big left tackle from Louisiana, is on campus. He had to beat Florida State coming in. I read his comments about the Noles and thought, well, this may be an uphill battle, but there's some confidence there. Paul Mbunga, the offensive guard from LSU, who I really like. I like DJ Chester from LSU too, who they're involved with, who Carolina was in on out of high school. Those two guys played early at LSU, and in 2024, that was considered one of the best offensive lines in the country. And Brad Davis, their coach, is a guy I've got a lot of respect for. And so there's that guy and those guys. So, DJ's not on campus, but Paul is. Nitro Tuggle, everybody's favorite receiver, is around on campus, and he's really good. This Randy Pittman guy, I heard Hale talking about him in the first hour, and I had some feedback from Florida State. They thought the kid was a stud. I didn't know he did a little wildcat quarterback either. And that's the type of guy, you look at 6'2", 237-pound tight end. He's a tweener. I kind of Jaheim Bell, Keel Pollard, Casey Crosby type of guy, maybe a little better. But this guy, if you look at the history of Kendall Briles, what he likes to do on offense, this is a guy that could be a definite fit. And plus, Dan and Mad Dog, he's been productive. 30 passes called at a UCF, 28 and 23 at Florida State. And, in that offense with Thomas Castellanos throwing the ball, I don't know how many opportunities the receivers got at all in Malzahn's system, but had 3 rushing touchdowns. So that's a very intriguing player as far as I'm concerned. So that's the deal there. So those are the guys to look out for. There's also the as far as some bigger names go, Jacarius Peak from NC State is a player to keep a good eye on. We'll see if they get Peyton Lewis in on a visit at running back, and that kind of thing. So I think they're on their way. I think, and see what you think about this, Daniel. If they can go on the O-line, you've already got Carter Miller, who I absolutely really like. And then you got Baymax We're just gonna call him Baymax. Hank Purvis. They got him already, and they're both in the boat. If you can get Mbonga or Chester, one of the two from LSU, you can get Bryant Williams, and then you can get NC State guy, Jacarius Peak, who everybody in the country wants as a left tackle. That may mean Bryant Williams plays right tackle, although Jacarius Peak did play right tackle early on in his NC State career. That's 5 really good ones. And then if you can get Josiah Thompson to come back too, I mean, so then that would give you what, gentlemen? 15, 16?
Mm-hmm.
You're one off of your pace of scholarship linemen after all those guys left.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the O-line kind of discussion has, like everything, the pendulum shifts. And so, I think there's been a lot of chatter around having to replace the whole line. And especially with Hale's reporting yesterday, there's been some chatter about, getting Josiah back and what that could do for the line. But I'm not as, pessimistic or, downward looking right now as the prospects for the O-line. There's been Peak who's been reported. You have Chaplin, the guy from Auburn that's been reported. They're both, highly ranked guys that have interest to some degree in coming or, in visiting, excuse me. And then you got some guys that have already committed. You got a decent nucleus coming back, and then you got some high school guys coming in. So, numbers seem to shape out. There's still some, some movement going on with the O-line. So, right now you feel comfortable with what we got 4 commitments that are public. You have 2 that are on the O-line. So I think they've definitely prioritized that position. I was surprised when the reports were coming around Brendan Black, no longer visiting. That was a guy that I had ranked really high on my big board and someone that I thought would be a great fit. And so when that news kind of came out of, the staff internally may have people on the board a little bit higher, that's something that I wanted to make sure I put a disclaimer on, for the Big Spurs. Like, my board is my board. It's
sure.
No indicator of the staff. It's not built on intel. There's no agent communication. It's like, it's just my own board. But, so there's been some movement there, but, I don't feel as pessimistic as I would with the O-line. So, you got 2 commitments right now that look decent. You look at Miller, who could probably play center, for mocking an O-line.
Right now he's primarily played center too. So I think he's got 23 starts at center and 8 at guard.
Sounds about right. And IOL or inside offensive lineman has been a big priority as well as both tackle positions. But you feel a little bit decent there with Miller there. You got Purvis, that's probably left guard if I had to assume today. You got Gray, who could be right guard. I think he's coming in later in the summer, so that gives me a little hesitation. But the guy, is incredible on film, so I'm not too worried. But there's an opportunity for him to get some playing time. And then tackle positions are largely unknown. But you talk about Peak, you talk about Chaplin, you talk about what's the 6'7" dude, Bryant Williams.
Yeah.
You talk about some tackle targets there. So we've identified and landed some IOLs already, and then we've identified some OTs that have talent. So, remains to be seen on how the O-line will play out. But yeah, I'm not scared at the moment or worried about kind of where we are. We still have plenty of time for people to enter the portal. We still have time for, the Final 4 playoff teams, for all of them to enter the portal if they want to. So, I like to try to put things in perspective. I was looking at it before we got on the show, and according to 24/7 Sports, you have 3 of the top 10 portal commitments or portal players committed. You have 21 of the top 50 and 42 of the top 100. So when you think about the top 100, you have about a little over 40% that are committed. So 58% of the top 100 are still out there. We are in on many of those targets, and surprisingly enough, depending on how you look at it, we actually have 2 targets of our own that are in that top 100. You have Josiah Thompson, I believe, at 90, and Vendrevius Jacobs at 69, if I remember correctly. So, we got some players in the top 100, and there's still 58 of them remaining, and those things are fluid. People are coming in and out and left and right, and it's chaos. The last 4 or 5 days of portal season have been wild, especially with the new rules and having kind of one portal season, everything condensed. It's been pretty wild to see, but we'll see how it all plays out over the next week or two, and even I think we may have some movements even coming on later today.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about something. it's like a dam about to be able to burst. From the ITG chat box, an evil budgie, and evil bougie. Is it bougie? I don't know.
Budgie.
The evil one. He asked if Josiah Thompson was attracting his name for the portal. Now, he announced he was getting in, but he hadn't officially done that. Lauren mentions, what in LSU's offensive line not that good this year? Yeah, but that's 5 guys, and individually, if I'm gonna knock them for not being good this year, Mabanga and Chester, I'm gonna give them credit for playing as freshmen. Mabanga was a freshman this past year, maybe. They're young. They're younger guys. Chester played, I think Chester started at center as a true freshman with Will Campbell and all those cats. And I think their coach is good. I don't think offensive line coaching had a damn thing to do with why they were bad. I think they had injuries. I think they lost so much talent. They made mistakes in the portal trying to replace that talent. And then you had some guys injured and things like that. But I'd take either one of those 2 kids, in my opinion. Don't forget about Shed Surratt, too. He's coming back. He's going to probably start somewhere on the O-line next season.
Yeah.
As kind of the lone survivor of portal exodus. Knock on wood, right? Knock on wood, right?
He's an interesting one, though, because you look at this year and you see some starts at guard, and then you see him swinging out to tackle.
Yeah.
You look at who we brought in already. It's like you look at Miller and Purvis, like we talked about, at center and potentially left guard, and you think, could Shed move back into, right guard and kind of take that position over. So, yeah, I think the bodies and just the overall numbers are starting to work themselves out. And you talk about the LSU stuff. I think we'd be naive not to talk about our own stuff, right? We got a bunch of highly rated O linemen in the portal, and most of them, not most, I guess a third of them have already found new homes. You look at, Trevon going to A&M, you look at Tree going to Nebraska, you look at Nick Sharp going to Michigan State. Those aren't teams in the FCS, those aren't D2 teams. So it's interesting to see the similarities between us and LSU last year. A bunch of talented kids that have traits and have potential that just didn't put it together. And so, I think it's easy to hate on your own sometimes. It's easy to talk about how bad our O-line was and how bad LSU's is, and they should both never play again. But, that's not the reality. These kids are going to get in the portal, and we need to fill numbers. And Mubunga and Chester both have, some talent. They both have starts in the SEC, and I think that's something that I've seen. The only real news I've seen, I forget the kid's name, Seth something. He was
from Northern Arizona. Seth, was it Small?
Smith. Like that. He's really the only O-line prospect that I've seen in portal season that I have question marks about. And that's just me speaking personally. That's
he hadn't visited or anything, I don't think.
Yeah, no visits. And it was just kind of speculation that, contact has had there. And we've seen that with, forget the kid from the other day. There was a kid that kind of posted, I got an offer from South Carolina, and it was just a coach, shooting a DM trying to open.
Hale shut that down quick on Twitter.
Yeah. So things move different. You have agents and players that want to craft and shape narratives. So, things are, things change on a dime. But I forgot where I was going with that point.
No, I think you were trying to get to the point where a lot of people have kind of blamed the players coming from a lower level as as good, particularly on the O-line. And I understand that. I don't think there's anything like I always remind. I kind of counter with it that it's not necessarily where they come from. It's about getting the right guys. And I counter that with Vandy started 2 guys from Liberty and a guy from South Dakota on their offensive line this past year. And they actually were pretty doggone good for in the SEC.
Yeah.
But it is if you look back and you're talking about Sidney Fugar, which nobody ever talks about. He was not good in 2023. We'll be honest, but nobody ever puts that in context because of the injuries. They had to play him, and they weren't gonna play him. He needed a year, and then he goes to Baylor and he's starting at left tackle and playing pretty kind of like the player we thought out of Western Illinois. The Jackson Hughes and the Nee Manziel kid they got in were walk-ons from Charlotte and Mercer. You go last year in 2024, Torres Ellis came from North Carolina Central, and Kamar Bell came from FAU. He was at Auburn to begin with. I'm not a huge Kamar Bell fan, just to be honest, but he started every game, and the coaches thought he played pretty well. And Torricelli's in the NFL. And then this year, though, I think that the massive disappointment at center about Boaz Stanley has affected everybody. That along with the 2023 thing, because Boaz came from Troy. And here's what I would also say to that, though. The player that they should have ponied up a little more for, quite frankly, was the center at Vandy that was from Liberty. And he would have been coming from the same level, and he would have been a tremendous upgrade compared to Stanley. So, but I understand what people are saying. And look, I'll mention this too. If you get players that have started in the SEC on the offensive line, I think that does mean something, Dan, don't you?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where my brain was going. My brain's mush over the last couple of days of getting back into work and, holidays and whatnot. But yeah, I think that's where I was going. You look at kind of the last couple of years, especially last year, but even the previous years under Teasley and the portal classes that we brought in from lower levels. And yeah, you've had some hit. Like I am, number 1 or number 2 on Torricelli Simpkins fan club. Like still, talked to him last week. Still, incredible to see him doing what he's doing with the Saints. And, but you look at kind of what we need to do on the line, and there's question marks for like the coach and the scheme, not in a bad way, but just like, we have a new scheme, we have a new coaching staff, we have a new leader of the room, and how will kids adapt to that? So, but it is, I think, at least for me so far, it's been exciting to see the quality of Power 4 talent we're going after on the offensive and defensive line. On the defensive line, I think you mentioned one of the Collins brothers at Arkansas State. So, probably not a well-known school. But other than the Seth kid on the O-line, most of the other targets we've been in contact with or have expressed interest to are, largely P4 guys that have a ton of snaps and a ton of reps. And you look at Miller, the UCF guy that, played under a kind of tempo-ish system that's kind of been upbeat and ready to go. And so it's hard to say. I think, I forget, it was maybe Sunday, I think you and Matt had the special or whatever, but Matt was talking about Boaz, and it's kind of an interesting take. I think, honestly, I think the Brile system could have fit Boaz better. And I think, there's a lot of mental stuff that happened, throughout the year. And so that one was an interesting one to me. All I heard most of the offseason was, he was coming back, baby on the way, kind of is accepting I may not be starting, and then hit the portal. So, it's interesting to track, but at least on the lines of scrimmage, most of the targets I've seen us be in contact with on both the O-line and the D-line have been Power 4 guys. And that doesn't always play out. You're not guaranteed to get a hit out of the portal because he's a P4 guy. But I think, you look at Beamer and the amount of times he talked about O-line, D-line, O-line, D-line, he said it like literally like that in his press conference. And you have to think that, the money's right. That's been another conversation, all week on the message board, because, it's a fun thing to talk about and people have their own perspectives and opinions. But, money is not necessarily an issue this year where, it probably was 4 years ago, 3 years ago. That doesn't mean, we have more money than anybody else. But to me, at least, money should not be an excuse this year. And we have enough money to go out and get talent, and we just got to spend it wisely. And so far, it seems like, you look at Gibson, that's a guy that didn't cost a lot of money on paper. A guy that has a lot of talent and upside. And then you look at the other 3 that we've signed, none of them have broke the bank per se so far. And so we still have some resources. We still have people on the board, and, there's a lot of work to get done between now and, I'd say the end of January per se. You got 9 days to get in the portal, but then you got the playoff teams that get a little extra time. And then you got people that can put their name in the portal, but they don't have to sign before the 20th. So you got some, January will be a big deal for us, especially with no spring portal window. The last couple of years, if you kind of missed on some targets in the first portal go around, you could swoop back in the spring and kind of, revamp your staff. And you also had people leaving in the spring too. So it wasn't just all, acquisition. There's some retention that had to go into the spring portal cycle too. But without that spring portal cycle, you got January to kind of get things right. I was talking to someone on the board yesterday about kind of like the numbers in the portal and how that will shake out. And, I wouldn't be surprised to see with 5,000 kids in the portal, a decent amount of them that don't get signed in the next, 3 weeks, give or take. And you're looking at some kids coming in, summer 1. And, that could be kind of a unofficial, second portal season. So, I understand the constraints, especially during this portal season, and most of the previous ones, especially under Usher. You know, the level of information that gets out has decreased than it was before. And so there's naturally some question marks, and, you know, people want things instantly and whatnot. But all in all, I feel relatively okay with how we've attacked the portal on the O-line and D-line. And yeah, still a bunch of targets, still capital left to deploy, and hopefully some, you know, some good acquisitions we can get, you know, on our side.
You expect any more like surprise visits that are kind of held under the radar? I know coaching staff probably would want them all to be that way, Dan, but you know, it's tough in these days, you know, when you got people camped out, you know, in front of the football facilities, seeing who's coming in and who's going out.
Yeah, it's wild, you know, and JC probably knows about this more than I do. Like, I haven't built my name, my company. I've never worked in media, you know, so like there's a different perspective. But then you add in some of like,
oh, do we lose Dan the man?
Yeah, I think he froze. He froze up on us. That's all right. I'll remove him.
gracious.
Come back, Dan, if you can hear us.
Come back to us.
Come back, Dan.
It's probably a good time to take the final break.
Yeah, we could. We'll take a quick
bring
break.
him back, and then
Dan
we'll bring him back in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking about changing Mad Dog Monday to Meatloaf Monday, by the way.
I like that.
Like celebrating not only like delicious meatloaf, like sharing meatloaf recipes.
No, yeah, but
also the artist, like
Yes.
all of our bumper music's Meatloaf and all that.
I probably have a lot of that already downloaded.
I got up at 4 a.m. and I have what I call reflection time, where I get in the truck, go to the store, you know, get some caffeine, kind of think, clear my head, listen to music. And I had a daggum karaoke session this morning with Paradise by the Dashboard Light. It's unbelievable. I forget how good that song is. It's long, so you don't play it all the time.
Right.
But for a bumper, we could do it. That's a good song. I can do it on karaoke too. So look for Meatloaf Monday. Anyway, Gamecock Traditions, they're open today. Brick and mortar store out in Lexington, also Village at Sand Hills, North Columbia. That's where you got to go to get your Gamecock gear, folks. And don't forget, we're built by the Barn Dough Co. right here on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. We're going to try to reconnect with Dan the man, because he was making a fine point about the media and people camped out and all that good stuff. He had my attention.
Yes.
But we're going to try to get him back in after this, as a Wide Open Wednesday episode of the show continues.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
2026 is the year of the Barn Dominium, and the Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home for your family. Make your dream a reality. Change your life today. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us. Watch JC and Morgan every week on the Chief Sports Network. Now back to ITG.
The story of Game Day Nuts is a simple one, really. One summer day on the coast of North Carolina, Tommy and Russ were on the beach enjoying the warm ocean breeze, talking about the upcoming college football season and eating that quintessential Southern treat, fresh boiled peanuts. But time and time again, as they cracked open the boiled peanuts, either the shells they were opening were empty, or the peanuts inside the shells were getting stuck. They thought to themselves, there has to be a better way to enjoy this Southern treat. And with that, they set out to solve the problem, and Game Day Nuts was born.
Get the shell out of here. Visit GameDayNuts.net and change your boiled peanut experience forever.
New year, better floors. Now is the time. Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution. Beautiful like new floors in just one day. No dust, affordable, and 5 stars. Give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365. Or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Gamecock Traditions is your one-stop shop for all things South Carolina. From apparel to tailgating, children's clothing to kitchenware, jewelry, or even gift cards. If it exists at Gamecock Traditions. Ship it to your home via GamecockTraditions.com or go see our friends in Lexington. Gamecock Traditions, a family tradition. Go Gamecocks.
And now, the show goes on.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Final segment of the show here on a wide open Wednesday. Still with Dan Hannum. He is back. Glad to have you back, Dan. Good that you were able to join us and hop right back in here because you were making some pretty good points, I believe, on talking about the constant media cycle that exists now, not just in news, but in sports. And I think it gets amplified right now during this portal time, right? Because we're all dying to know who's in, who's out, who's making decisions, how long have they been here. Just the entire thing is intriguing for those of us who just closely follow this sport.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sorry about that. I moved out of uptown Charlotte in April out to Lake Norman, and the one negative side of that is my internet is terrible. Like outages every other day. So if I cut out again, I'm sorry, but I'm on a hotspot on my phone, so it might be a little bit shaky. Might be shaky there, but I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, and just in general, you know, the how quick people are to kind of break news, and I think I was saying JC's aware of that more than I am. You know, I don't have a career in media or journalism or anything like that, but you see, you know, tweets and screenshots of Discord and everyone that's just throwing out eyeballs and this and that and wants to break content and wants to break news. And, you know, I think there's a level of wanting to break news and there's a level of understanding circumstances and making sure you're correct in what you are asserting. And so I think that's kind of the interesting thing, right? Is you have reporting from reporters that have vetted sources and kind of journalistic, you know, processes to follow. And then you have people that are just willing to kind of throw out a name that they heard from some guy on Twitter with some eyeballs behind it, and then people jump on it. So I think I got somehow caught up in that the other day. I think there's a guy on Twitter that posted about a Penn State running back beyond campus, and Hale was the one that ended up saying like, no, he's not. And then somehow I got called out for it because I was like, watch the Twitter people. But I've seen enough Gamecock media and Twitter accounts and Discord channels and whatnot to have known that you know, you got to be careful in what you say and how that affects things. So it's just another angle that makes things different, especially during portal season and especially during a portal season where you can make a case we're off to a slower start. So just an interesting thing to keep an eye out for.
I'm going to let you be in charge of the ITG Discord channel.
No.
So that's I'm not getting on Discord.
No interest in being a Discord mod.
No, I did Discord stuff for a bunch of crypto stuff. That's been kind of like where I made my name in my business. I've been in crypto the last decade, and Discord became very prominent in that. And the amount of times that I've had Discord and Telegram and these other apps open scanning for info is crazy. So I don't hate it. There's people want information, and with the Big Spur and Gamecock Central being paid options, some people want the non-paid option, so they'll join a free Discord and watch someone put some emoji in there. So like I don't want to hate on it, but I think we have to be careful about where we see information come from and who's saying these things. We talk about like secret visitors. We saw one that has played out very well for us this year.
Oh, there'll be more. There'll be more.
Yeah, and interesting enough, you saw one that played out well for us last year that has already left. You look at Jaylen Brown. There wasn't much reporting from Jaylen Brown that he was on campus visiting, et cetera. And then you just saw, Jaylen Brown, DN from Missouri, is committed and he's here. So, it's another angle of trusted coaches, which people don't like to hear. But, as I put in my big board, I haven't sent a single text to an agent, a player, a person on staff in 2 weeks, and I probably won't for another 3 weeks. It's just, there's no good of my questions. The information will get out, the players will get out, we'll get the commitments we get, and I don't need to be pestering people about, what about this? But like, there's people that this is their job, and JC knows this better than anyone. He assembled a great team at Big Spur that does a great job covering that stuff. So I let the reports go to reporters, and sometimes I have to step in and just kind of point out who the source may be coming from, and some people like that and some people don't. But good information is important.
Yeah, social media especially. You have I don't know. I'm not even going to get into it, but there are people not in this fan base, but I guess on 3, and I'm just going to tell you what I'm talking about, and then I'm not going to debate it or anything, but on 3, it's a subscription based website and run by Shannon Terry, who I've used to work for 20 years. You know what I'm saying? Know him well, know the business. And so Grok, the AI on X, will go behind a paywall, and sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's not, but it'll kind of tell you what's behind the paywall. So they cut off comments on X so nobody could get the information. And there are certain people that have the nerve to act like, that's just awful. And I'm like, bro or ma'am, whatever you're calling yourself, that's, it's a business too. And, if and it's not like it's, these days, everything's not subscription based. And Shannon pointed that out yesterday. And newspapers are all behind a paywall now. And so it's basically stealing if you feel like you're entitled to that. If you're out there, but but then you have folks that, just, they're not necessarily stealing info, but they act like on X that they're in the know, and they're really not. And then what happens is they get in their mind who they think Carolina should sign, and they have no details as to or context as to why they're not signing them, why they chose to go someplace else. It's just bash the coaches.
No, yeah.
and it may be a player that they haven't even talked to. That's what led to the great Dowell Loggins meltdown, the sequel, when he was hired as OC, because they're literally probably still Gamecock fans that they refuse to listen to anybody in the know and believe it. They believe what they see on Twitter, that honestly believed that Dowell Loggins, that Dowell Loggins was hired because Garrett Riley turned down Beamer. The reality is Beamer never talked to Garrett Riley. Mm-hmm. Now, right or wrong, I'm not saying it looks like he made the right choice now, considering what happened to Garrett Riley at Clemson. But, right or wrong, that's what happened. So anyway, I guess we've lost Dan. So,
yeah.
Lake Norman internet. We're gonna have to get him an internet boost.
Yeah, somebody let's get him set up on Starlink to see if that'll actually work for the rest of us.
we thank Dan for joining us, and we'll circle back with him next week. No problem. Dan's a good guy. You're gonna see more of him coming up. I want to get through the Nana Sports chat box. Apparently, Budgie from an evil Budgie over here is just a parakeet.
Yeah, I think it's a metal. Mm-hmm.
I need to figure that out. All right, so Clint's got a pecking order, top wants. This is important because even though sometimes I disagree strongly with Clint about players, Clint knows players. And I bet you could sit in an NFL or college football boardroom and there will be some very spirited disagreements about players. And half the time one guy's right, half the time the other guy. This sport is very difficult to evaluate. So that's why I respect Clint. Clint puts in the work. He goes to the Shrine Bowl. He watches tape. He gets it. So his top guys are Peak. I concur. Lewis, is that Millie Lewis? No, is it
Millie Lewis?
No, she's got
Millie
Lewis. She's got what it takes.
What it takes.
Dude, I'm drawing. There's so many players. Who is Lewis?
Peyton
Lewis. God, how did I forget that? Because I mentioned Peyton this morning, and I think of him as Peyton Lewis, like the P pops in.
Yeah.
But yeah, because I mentioned Clint this morning with Peyton Lewis. I was like, yeah, Clint likes him. I liked him. I loved him out of high school. Hopefully to get him on campus. I looked at his production at Tennessee last year. It wasn't anything to write home about. So now I know Virginia, for a guy like him, and given their success this year, they've got some of the Wahoos are getting behind NIL a little more. So Tony Elliott's got a little more to spend. So maybe they do. And it's close to home. Virginia's in state, but JB and Hale were talking. He's from near Blacksburg, like right near. He's from Salem, which is near Roanoke. So he's actually closer to Knoxville, and it's closer to Charlottesville than to Columbia. But Columbia's not that bad of a drive from there. You just get right on 77 off of 81.
Oh yeah,
just go straight down through Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Carolina was in on him out of high school, and we'll see what happens. But I don't know that his ask is going to be crazy. I like him. Plus, Josh Heupel's offense very similar to Kendall Browse. So there's a scheme fit there. As much as you can have a scheme fit with running back. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Quaysheed Scott is on his list, and Randy Pittman. The more I hear about Randy Pittman, the more I think that may not be something that sets off fireworks, but that could be a guy you hear a lot of once the season starts. He could be one of those gadget touchdown maker guys that everybody loves.
Right. Yeah.
I like him. I want it.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone from saying 6'2", 237-pound tight end. Oh, well, that's an H-back, to going, because I'm still stuck on what the tight ends have done around the job of a tight end around here the last 4. It's going to fundamentally change. Now there'll be some of that they have to use, but it's a lot different. The Satterfield, Shula, Dowell, all kind of traditional tight ends, and then they can split a guy out, multiple tight end, all that stuff, NFL style, basically.
Yeah.
Pittman is basically. I don't want to say he's as good as Jaheim Bell, because I think when Jaheim Bell was on, he was quite good, but I think he could be very useful. How about that? And he's productive, and he's been productive for 3 years.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Dan popped back in. Let's we'll give him an official farewell here without just
we'll get him back.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, welcome back, Dan.
And the man is back. I'm gonna write a strongly worded letter to the Lake Norman Internet Company.
Yeah.
Dude. The funny thing is, like, after all this, they'll send me a message. It's like $2.33 has been like credited to your account. It's like, sorry, buddy, having internet all day is worth a lot more to me than $2.33. But they're like, oh, you pay $70 a month divided by 30, So it's really the only negative part about the move. So apologize.
Lake Norman's beautiful, dude. I'm a big fan.
I've enjoyed it a lot. I moved from LA to Uptown back in 21 and was there for about 4 years in Uptown, and that was a cool experience. But being out by the water and having a yard and looking out back and seeing the lake is a lot better than looking out front and seeing a building. At least to me it is. It's been a nice change, but yeah, internet's a little shaky.
Mm-hmm.
Well, any final thoughts? Because we're about to jump out of here, but just final thoughts about the portal class, NIL, anything. I think, see if you agree, at the end of the day, I think Carolina's going to be fine. I think, we're going to look at this class afterward. If there's red flags, that's not going to be fun. But I do think, sometimes it's contagious. Once some guys jump in, you're like, okay, here we go, and it happens. But your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think like you said, it happens in spurts. You look at yesterday, and I believe Jordan Thomas was early morning, so you had three
Yeah.
yesterday. You go from one over the first 4 days to three in one day. So things happen in spurts, and as we briefly discussed before I got cut out, you got secret visitors and people that are there and people that are coming in, and that's done for a lot of reasons. Sometimes you want a kid to come in and you don't want him to go to another place, and sometimes you don't want it being out there that we like Target A, because we've seen other schools that tend to sometimes follow who we like. So it's an interesting game that's going on in the portal right now. But no, I mean, kind of as I started at the beginning of the conversation, I really haven't been, especially with the internet going out, I haven't been able to kind of look at stuff the last hour or so. So I don't know much about if anything's happened in the last 50 minutes, give or take. But
Nothing.
yeah. So I feel pretty good. I think NIL gets over analyzed. We got a lot of people that are like, oh, we got no money and we got all these scrubs last year because we had no money. We couldn't bid for anyone. And
no wasn't the case at all. You had more money. You had a lot of money last year.
Yeah. And I put that on the board yesterday to someone who I don't know very well on the board, but I think you've had interaction with and whatnot. And, it was kind of trying to tell me that what I was talking about on the NIL side may not be what it is. And I was kind of trying to politely be like, I have a pretty good understanding what's going on the NIL side. And, we the money, as much as we would like more of it and every team would like more of it, should not be an excuse this year. And I think that's exciting to me as a fan. It doesn't mean we have the budget to go out and give everyone $1 million offers and we're going to have 22 guys making $1 million. It's probably not going to happen.
And you'd go 4-8 again if you did that too. I mean, people understand there's a football side of it too.
Yeah.
And look, I don't care what anybody says. Last year, people will argue with me because KC Concepcion had a good year at A&M, and I didn't expect anything different. But they'll sit there and argue with me. They should have paid the $1 million for him. That would have won 4 games. No, that wouldn't have. They probably wouldn't have won one more game. Yeah, right. I mean, think about how the wide receivers were used in that offense. Yeah. And he can't block. He can block his defensive backs, but it's not it doesn't help the offensive line and all that good stuff. And the guys the guys I think they wish they would have gone in a little more on. The one guy was the center from Vanderbilt, but that wasn't an overall resources issue. That was we don't like him as much. And then he ended up being better than I thought. So I mean, that happened. It's more of an evaluation thing than it is a money financial thing. Now that said, every school in the country not that doesn't have Texas in their name or Miami in their name or Oregon in their name, every school in the country is facing this reality that wow, and it's because a lot of the bigger schools also front loaded everything before the deadline last year, so they have a lot of space. But the reality is everybody's like, wow, this is what we have to spend. And so a lot of people are scrambling, and in South Carolina last year, okay, yeah, it would have been nice. They what they need? They needed to get a running back last year, out of the portal. And they did. And then they needed 2, so they got 2. They needed some offensive linemen, and that kept growing. They needed D tackles very badly, and they got 2 good ones. 3 actually. Yeah. But 2 good, and won a battle for Troy Pikes late. They needed to get edge. They got edge, but the 2 that were going to probably help them got hurt. There were some needs that they had to fill. Yep. And they did a good job. But when you look at the players that were coming back, there wasn't like this year, it's like, okay, you got to rebuild the whole offensive line. And so that is going to, I mean, everybody's clear eyed about how much a really good left tackle cost. Yeah. Right. That's a glamour position. As far as overpaying for a bag of donuts on the D tackle last year, there was a kid that came in that was pretty good. There were some red flags with the agent and they wanted more money. So I think he ended up going to SMU. And that guy's pretty average, just a body you could rotate in. I liked him better than I think the coaching staff did, but Travian Robertson knows a lot more about D tackles than I do. Yeah. And so they cut bait. Then everybody's, oh, you're just being cheap, And again, I'll point out that Ole Miss spends just as much as South Carolina in NIL, and under Lane Kiffin had the same philosophy. They had a set number they were going to pay, and if the guy wasn't worth it, they weren't going to pay, and they were never going to overpay.
Yeah.
You know, they're still that, but they did a good job getting out in front with NIL and things like that, and they deploy, and because they're so portal heavy, they deploy way more resources in the portal than they do with high school recruiting.
Yep.
And Carolina's not quite there, so it's a different philosophy, but the same amount, you know, that they're dealing with, and same philosophy, and they're in the final four teams. You know, Oregon, yeah, they spend a bunch, and Texas Tech's been well documented.
Yeah,
but Indiana, I guarantee you, I don't know if it'll change with Mark Cuban helping them, but Indiana, I guarantee you didn't spend as much as South Carolina.
Yeah.
I mean, even if they wanted to, they didn't have to. There's no demand. Big demand. I don't even think Mendoza got $1 million. He just kind of left Cal and went to Indiana. Nobody said anything. There's like a tree falling in the woods.
Yeah.
But we should have known about him, Mendoza, because he's at Cal and he goes to Auburn and wins early in the year. You remember that?
Yep.
That kid's a winner. And then they had Miami on the ropes. People should have paid more attention. Plus, Cal puts out quarterbacks.
Yeah.
True. Aaron Rodgers, they all went to Cal. Yeah, that's the one thing that's good about that program and place. I'm kidding. Berkeley's okay if you don't talk to the people. Anyway, Dan, it has been a pleasure. I'm sorry about the Lake Norman Internet Co-op. Do you call down there and like, hey, this is Sarah, Lake Norman Internet. Can I help you?
Another interesting thing, my water doesn't come from the city I live in. So like my utility company is a different town that's not the one I'm in. So it's some weird shaky stuff as you get a little bit north out of Charlotte and into
Lake. On a lake, yeah. Mine goes from Lake Michigan, and it's actually good water. Like
Norman's decent, but no, happy to be on. I know we didn't get to talk too much about my big board, but we can link that in the show notes or whatever. I mean, it's on the Big Spur. So
I forgot, man. Sometimes the conversation goes, and I have it written down here on this note. It says big board, and I am so sorry, but we'll just get back to it next week. We'll come back.
Yeah. We'll have you back next week, man.
I am. I apologize because I've been teasing it.
Yeah, you're good. I mean, by the time tonight, tomorrow, I put a noon update in there this morning, and I think like 6 kids had already committed elsewhere, and I've added 2 to the list and whatnot. So again, fun thing. It's on the Big Spur. Feel free to interact with it and whatnot.
Check that. Yeah, please check that out on thebigspur.com. D Hannum is his handle. HANNUM. All right, buddy. Take it easy, man, and we will holla at you soon.
See you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Dan.
Dan the man joining us.
Dan the man.
Paul doesn't like that because it's Dan Marino's deal.
Oh,
Harrison says Mendoza also lost to 2024 FSU. He did. Paul McJunkin, the wife cooked cube steak, rice, buttermilk gravy, Cajun baked beans, homemade biscuits last. About to eat it for lunch. Man, that's good. Mac Lee Green, this is a good, interesting thing. Pittman's the next Busta Anderson, but more productive. That'd be cool, not that Busta wasn't. Yeah, he's a little shorter than Busta. He's built more like Pollard and Jaheim. Almost like a taller running back. But we're talking half inch. Busta was a little taller and almost skinny, leaner. He and Jarrell Adams both. But could he be as productive as Busta? Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. Tri-State is Pittman similar to Josh Simon at all? Not physically. Josh is a legit 6'4.5", 238, tall, lean guy. Pittman's a little bit more built like he's more built like Jaheim Bell and Keel Pollard. That kind of thing. Pittman could be our Stephen Bright, JC. Oh, wow. Stephen Bright was a quarterback at Riverside High School, I think. Was it Stephen Bright that was the quarterback at Riverside and Carolina got him?
That sounds.
I think that's
right.
His
that
brother,
name definitely lives in that area.
Clint says he's an expert. He's batting at least 100. That's pretty good. Contrail mentions any smoke with Quincy Porter from Ohio State will be massive if he visits. Brian Doan of 24/7 Sports had a report on the Big Spur. There were like 12 teams mentioned. Carolina was one of them. I think he's from Maryland though, like that area. So we will see. Squirtle Squad said Before this, we had 12-foot ladder to see over play walls. A media company bought it and shut it down. Like Napster. Remember Napster?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I did want to acknowledge, I did want to say this. As far as the Collins twins goes, Kelby's said announced he's getting the portal. He hadn't gotten in yet. There's absolutely interest there, and they absolutely would love to package those two. Drew Collins is his brother, defensive end from Arkansas State. Kelby's a D tackle. There's a lot of guys this cycle, Phil, in the portal that Carolina was like right there for out of high school. That, just to quote, just do a little Meatloaf thing. They're all coming back to me now.
Back to me now. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We got to do Meatloaf Monday, dude.
I love it.
And
yeah,
Gregor mentions Julian Walker, who's absolutely kicking everybody's butt through the, I think, first couple of days at the Navy All-American Bowl. My guy Charles Power said he was a top guy 24/7, said he was a top guy. That's usually when everybody agrees that sees it, that's the top guy. And he's gotten a lot better. I mean, not that he wasn't good as a junior, but this is a guy that's gone from being a player that's like, man, he's got some good tools and all that, to dominating a state championship game and now dominating a national all-star game. So I think he's going to help next year. He's moving up my list of
immediate impact.
There's a very short list of incoming recruits, as it is a small class, but he's up there moving towards Jazavian Currents and Darius Gray as guys that we'll probably see on the field next year.
Yeah, man. Hope so.
So
I'd love to see it.
We got to get out of here because
we got
a meeting.
Turn around for a meeting soon.
A small meeting.
Meeting.
Hey, folks, do us a favor. Go follow Gamecock Show at Gamecock Show on X, and also at Inside the Gamecocks on Instagram. If you're on that, you don't even have to like anything. Just do it. Don't forget, we have a new podcast channel. It's Inside the Gamecock Show and Podcast. If you go to the old one, it says the Big Spur Podcast now. So if you go to the Big Spur logo, you're at the wrong place. You get all of our old stuff, but you'll never get the new stuff. Inside the Gamecock Shows and Podcast on Apple, Spotify, Amazon Music. Actually, we're at more places now than we were 24/7, which is weird. But anyway, Paul McJunkin asked any names for Edge in the portal. The Collins brothers, one's an edge, one's a tackle, and then we'll see kind of what happens. So if they can get Kelby Collins and Jordan Thomas, I think that gives Travian two pretty good ones to work with. Edge is still, the Walker reports make me a little happier, but good buddy, he's a freshman. So
it'd be nice to get a little bit of experience there. That way you can.
By the way, just from the official account, yes, just now, Jordan Thomas is officially signed.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, they put him out when they've officially signed. So. Anyway, for the Mad Dog, Phil Mullinax, this is JC Sherbert. Don't forget, Tailgate Talks is up on the Chief Sports app and on their YouTube channel. Plus, coffee, the show, the morning show. We got all that good stuff. Late Night Gamecock Show has moved to Sunday night, 7 p.m. Shout out to the Gamecock basketball team. Didn't even mention them. I didn't want to be a hypocrite and start talking about them. But you guys know
they're winning. Yeah, we're not bandwagon basketball fans. We're
77% from three in the first half. Carter Miller's officially in as well. So there we go.
There you go.
Tri-State mentions Anthony Addison. Yeah, I didn't mention him. Yeah, McLee's Riverside. So. Paul McJunkin says, get information from JC and Mad Dog, the guys at Gamecock Central Live, and my barber. We'll ask if Julian will get the fifth star. If he dominates, I think it's positive. I mean, possible. Anyway, I get it. I'm switching up words. I got a meeting. That's right. Talk to you guys later. This has been the show. I'll let you tomorrow.